The deadline for the fall applications is due September 30th by 5 p.m. In your packets today, you should receive an agenda. You will have a list of acronyms and also a packet of one sheets that gives an overview of all the funding programs that are available this fall. Next, we're going to have introductions of the staff that are joining us today. If we could start out on my left with our DEQ staff members, I would greatly appreciate it.
Hi, I'm Susan Moss. I work in the funding services unit for the division, doing lots of application stuff.
Hello, I'm Kathy Aykroyd. I'm the Public Information Officer for the division.
Hi, I'm Chevy Escott, the Director of
Good morning, Stephanie Suter, Deputy Director.
Debbie Navigating Section 2.
Director of CDBG program.
Eli Cade in here.
Thank you, team. I appreciate you joining us today. I wanted to find out how many are you from representing local governments today? Thank you. Thank you for coming. How many are first timers attending the fall training? Welcome, welcome. And how many are you returning to fall training? Well, thank you. You guys have a lot of knowledge you can share with your team members here at each table. Thank you. Before we get started, we're going to talk about the semi-annual applications. The majority of the programs are due by September 30th. That's my golden number and date, September 30th at 5 p.m. Applications are submitted electronically. And our Laserfish portal system is what we use to capture all of your submitted application information. The CDBG applications program we're offering this fall, you will need to create a hard copy for our records. So those applications must be sent in with also a hard copy through the Laserfish system. We have this fall 3 programs that we're offering for the rolling applications, as you can see here. Program overview. Our funding amounts available this round. Note we're offering both state reserve grants and loans. And as you can see, this is what we have available. What's new since spring? There are 2 new funding amounts that are available this fall that we're going to discuss later throughout the training. These are repayable loans, but some projects may qualify for principal forgiveness. Applicants can request up to $25 million per round. There's a $200 million lifetime loan limited per recipient. And that's for drinking water. In the clean water, there's a $35 million. There's a $200 million lifetime limit. There is no funding cap on the IIGA. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Okay. Once again, the new funding rounds for AIAs and the MRFs, the funding amounts have changed and increased. For the CW and DW21F system merger projects, the eligibility period has extended. It's now up to 5 years from the effective date. The drinking water 2J documentation requirements have been updated. Changes provide more flexibility in how water loss is documented. There has also been a change with the CW2P. The eligibility water classifications have been expanded. Nutrient sensitive waters are now included. Operation points. To receive points for operating ratio, you must have your recent audit must be within 2 years of the process. Be sure your audit information is current when submitting your application. MRF, the priority rating system has changed. There's been a difference in the funding for the priority rating. Be sure to review the MRF specific priority rating requirements when preparing your application. Pop quiz. Rolling applications are due at what time? On what day? Excuse me? Thank you. Another pop quiz. Semi-annual applications must be completed by?
Rolling applications have different deadlines.
Thank you. We wanted.
Thank you for, I thought it was great.
True or false? SRP funds are being offered in the fall 2026 round. True. Now we're going to go into the application completion process. We're going to talk about the semi-annual application itself. For the rolling application, when we get to that particular funding program where it applies, we'll discuss it. So the focus for this section is mainly semi-annual applications. The division application and priority points sheets and narratives include appropriate wastewater and drinking water documents for you to submit your application. The AIA and MRF applicants should include the appropriate planning information, complete the affordability calculator when applicable, include required resolution and certificate forms, provide financial information, include your fund transfer certificate, also include your rate sheets. Please make sure you use the most current fall application and guidance for submitting your documentation into the portal. Does anyone have any questions? Please note the application was not, if your application was not funded during the spring round, it will be considered again this fall, as is, without any changes. The application will be reviewed as it originally was submitted. You cannot add new information to your current application or make any changes. This only applies for the spring round applicants that did not receive any funding. And if you wish to submit again for a new for this round. If you decide you want to make changes, then you will have to complete a new application for evaluation. And please make sure if you decide you want to submit a new application, you will have to submit a new resolution, and it cannot be no more than 1 calendar year. These are some of the important tips for you during this application process. First, use your own internal quality assurance and quality checks for your application. Make sure that all your application line items are completed and copies of everything that you need. Do not scan anything to make a copy until your application is complete with all signatures. Make sure that your application is signed. Make sure that all your documents are uploaded with your application. Now we're going to discuss the actual application and the entire process. Are there any questions before we move on? Are there any questions online? What we're going to discuss now is the actual application process, the important areas that are crucial to the application that you need to be aware of. There are some parts of the application where there's 3 stars after them. Those are considered crucial information, and it must be completed for the application process. We do require financial information for the application that is like the 10C for your fund transfer certificate form, which is in your one sheet that you have with you. Once you click on the links to submit your application, you should see the application header. Let me get this. My pointer isn't working well today. But there's an application header, you'll see that. And in here, you'll see where it says application form, and you'll have to click on that link, and that takes you to the application. Funding amounts. Whatever you decide your funding amount is going to be, you need to make sure that it is included in the application. We cannot guess what your funding amounts are. We do not know. So you have to include this information in your application. Also, please make sure that you select whether this is a new project or previously partial funded project. If you have a previously partial funded project, we will need the agreement number and the project numbers included on the application. For semi-annual funding, indicate the minimum amount of grant and principal forgiveness needed for the project to be moved forward. You will need to tell us if you're willing to accept a low interest loan for the full amount requested. This is a question that will be asked within the application. Section 2 of the application, it has to do with your utility bills. Rate increases are presented separately, but we want to see the percentage change for the average customer bills, not the percentage increase on the base charge. So this is where this information goes. In section 3 of the application process is the authorized representative can be one of 3 people as shown to represent the organization or the water utility. We need to have that person sign the application. They are the responsible person. Please note, the authorized representative must sign the application. Section 6 and 7 describe the project that you are requesting funds for. Please be clear and specific in this section. We just want a summary. I know you cannot put your entire project information, but we want a brief summary of what the project entails. In section 6, once again, this is about the brief summary of your project. We ask that you keep it limited, focused on the broader needs of the project. For section 7, these are about the rolling applications, which will be discussed at a later time. Once again, for the rolling applications, you will need to include your requested amount, and it has to match your budget. Again, make sure if you're claiming the line items shown that we can discern what that is on your budget. Your line items have to be clear. Authorized representative does the certificate. Make sure that it is signed, make sure that it is clear so that we can read the signatures. Also, this is just a repeat of what I said earlier about the signatures from the elected officials. For the CDBG, we need a hard copy, electronic signature, DocuSign preferred. Please make sure you sign your document. Are there any questions at this time? Financial information. The applications consist of financial information that is required. We ask all applicants to provide details of their appropriate system type, water or wastewater. We ask that you review the sections carefully. If you have questions, we have a guideline for the application. You can review the guideline and go through the application. One of the forms that's required is the funds transfer certificate, which the authorized representative has to sign. This form and it has to be completed and uploaded as part of your application. We also require that you have 3 years of financial information included in the application. So we have to have these audits for the application. Are there any questions so far? The resolutions is another form, another document that is required, and it must be included in the application packet. The authorized representative is required to sign for the CDBG funding program. Please have that information available. We have a template that is available for the resolution. You are allowed to use our template, but if you have your own resolution template, please make sure to include the date, the recording officer title, and signature. And here's the new link for all of the applications, the funding application when the electronic submittals, which is on our website. Pop quiz. How many boxes must be checked to fund on the fund transfer certificate? 1 out of 3, correct. 1 out of 3. So you decide which one applies to you and your organization. Question number 2. What is required for resolutions? If you have not completed a resolution for your application, it is A is the correct answer. We need the project name, the authorized representative's title, certificates for resolution, clerk's signature, and certification. These are the things that are required. At this time, we'll take a 10-minute break. If anyone has any questions, you may ask them now. Okay, you may take your break. to the next session. Kavitha will be discussing emerging contaminant funding overview. I'm going to turn over this presentation to Kavitha.
Thank you, Rosemary. Yeah, if you all know this, this is first time Rosemary is doing this, and our Jen Haney retired. So Rosemary has a very big shoes to fill, and being the first one, she is doing an awesome job. Thank you, Rosemary. And all right, so we will discuss some construction project priority rating systems. Before that, just as a little bit of an overview for the emerging contaminant. This is the last round for the emerging contaminant funding. So let me put that right. We received, the state of North Carolina received emerging contaminant funding through Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act starting fiscal year 2022. So for 5 years, 22 through 26, we had about $104 million to award to projects that addresses emerging contaminants. And out of that, approximately 12 million is left over, and 9 of that is reserved for study projects, and about 3 for construction right now. We will be taking study projects applications for next couple of rounds of the rolling application. The next one being the September. Is the next round is of the September, and by the next. By the time that we take all this, construction applications to the SWIA, we will estimate that how much of that study reserve, that out of 9 million, how much was awarded for study projects, and whatever was not awarded, we will move that to the construction. So the construction money, construction funds for the emerging contaminants will be some number between 3 and 9. So we don't know what that number is right now. So if you have a study project that addresses PFAS, make sure to come, submit an application in, next couple of rounds, because if you haven't received emerging contaminants funds already, it's very highly, it's likely that you might be able to get at least $500,000 to do a study projects and, come up with an emerging contaminant in a pilot and see what works for your system. So at least you can be ready with the design and, seek other sources of funding to get the project, constructed if you have a PFAS issue. So that's the emerging contaminant overview. But then I have a few slides here. I'll go through them. In North Carolina, for the emerging, when the emerging contaminants funding program was announced, EPA said we can use it for any contaminants that is in the CCL list, that is contaminant list. But in North Carolina, since PFAS was been a very significant problem, or even now it is, we have selected PFAS as our sole contaminant that we will make as part of our emerging contaminant program. To receive funding from this specific pot of money, you should have it documented exceedances for the PFAS components. So now the MCL is already there. So maximum contaminant limits for at least, I think, 5 of the components, PFAS chemicals are there, and it's MCL plus hazard index. And if your utility or if your water system has any one of them exceeding the current MCL, that's when you are eligible to receive these points, not points, this funding. So this is something that I've already discussed, the availability for fall 2026. That's the last round for the EC. It's approximately $3 million of principal forgiveness. So if if you didn't know, all of the emerging contaminants money have been awarded as principal forgiveness. So that is grant-like. You don't need to pay it back. For wastewater project, the same thing. We have some principal forgiveness available to address same thing, the PFAS issues in wastewater treatment plant. The funding caps is about $5 million per applicant for the lifetime of the program. So that change was in place for last couple of rounds now. So if you have already received emerging contaminants construction funding, then you might not be eligible to get another $5 million this round. For clean water, since the available funding is so little, we don't have a cap right now. Again, the cap is 5 million, but if we don't have 5 million, whatever available money will be going to the most, the high scoring PFAS project. To apply for this, you will be using the common application. So there is no separate application process. You will be using the same application form and also priority rating system. But if you, check our priority rating system table, there is a couple of items that is identified as EC eligible. So only those items will be calculated to give you a score for PFAS. So if you're submitting an application for a construction project that addresses EC or emerging contaminants, you will have two scores. One would be all the, for the base funds, and the other scores just adding up that EC eligible items, that will be your EC score. So for this particular pot of money, you will be only competing against those projects that have that EC points. Since we are running out of the IJA EC money, so this is very important. If you are a small and disadvantaged community, don't be discouraged to apply for EC funding from this round, knowing that we have only very little money. What we do is, if you are not, qualified, or if you don't have even enough money to give you for your EC project, you will be considered for another funding program. It's a federal grant program that is called Emerging Contaminants for Small and Disadvantaged Communities. So this is a ECSDC, that's what we call Emerging Contaminants for Small and Disadvantaged Communities grant program. So please know that that's not an SRF program. It's a federal grant program. So all the, uniform guidance requirements to CFR 200 will apply as with the BABA, all other conditions. So it's like a little bit, it's a different source of money, but that is an availability if you are a small or disadvantaged community. And how do we define small or disadvantaged? The definition is the same as we define now for affordability calculation. So it's small is less than 10,000, and disadvantaged is if you, score certain items in our affordability calculator. We'll talk about that when we discuss category 4 points. That's where we discuss affordability. I'm going to stop here and see if there is any questions in the room or online. All right. Yeah.
If two projects score the same number of points, how does the division break the tie?
Is it for emerging contaminants, or is it for the construction, the base program? It doesn't matter. I think even the same thing. If there is a tie, first would be we look at the project purpose, the category 1, and see who scored higher in that. And if the project purpose is the same, then we go to the second category 2 points, who scored more, right? So that's how we determine, if there's a tie. So even if there is a tie in total points, there will be difference in, when you look at category 1, category 2, category 3. So we will go in that order. Shadi, is that how we do?
Yeah,
We don't do category 3.
Category 1 is project purpose, first tiebreaker, second tiebreaker is project benefits, third tiebreaker is
affordability. Okay. The third tiebreaker is affordability. Thank you. So this is the priority rating system that I was talking about for emerging contaminants funding. This is the same projects, but if you look at it, you have to see 1J, 1J1, 1J2, those are EC. So if you can see, there is an EC in here. So only EC eligible items will be summed up to give you a priority rating score for EC projects. For EC studies, as I said, it's up to $9 million. And then funding cap is for the study projects is 500,000 per applicant. Yes.
What is the view of replacing PFAS contaminated wells with a new surface withdrawal? Is that, what is the, what's the overall view, and how does that fit into this as far as the study? Is that a-
Yeah, and I can explain on that. So the study is like, first the eligibility is if your current source are exceeding MCL. So if you can prove that with the documentation requirements, just look at the guidance. There is specific guide, documentation requirements for that. So as long as you meet that, this project is eligible. And then what is the type of study you are doing? You can do an alternative analysis, anything like, you can take one of the example is like, taking that well out of service and maybe digging up another well in a different aquifer, or connecting with another system that has already meeting MCL. So that can be one. Or then the third would be, installing your own treatment. And if you are installing your own treatment, what kind of treatment? So all this alternative analysis can be done as part of the study. And also you can take up to the engineering report, plans and specifications and permitting. So anything that, just before that, the construction starts, you can do with this money. So it doesn't, just make you do a filter or a reverse osmosis. You can also we actually encourage to look at other options. This, the source water change is a better example for that. Any other questions? Susan, no questions online. Okay. So the study projects, we have a very, the same thing. Right now, at the end of the guidance, you will have this for rolling applications, the smaller version of the study projects priority rating system. In here, only 1J3 matters. So if you are doing a study project, you will claim 1J3, that is 5 points. And then all other EC eligible items remain the same. So this is a rolling application that you will be using if you are applying for the study projects. And the cutoff date, the one cutoff date just passed in August 3rd. So the applications we received by August 3rd, we will make award recommendations during our SWIA meeting that will happen on September 16th. And the next application round is November 2nd, and there's one more coming January 11th. So that would be the last round, rolling application round, that you can apply for study projects. Whatever study, the funds that we have been awarded already for study projects will be rolled over to the construction and will be awarded to construction projects during the February 17th SWIA meeting. So that's how this is going to work. Anybody has any questions on that? Okay. So that's the emerging contaminants overview. Now I'll get into the priority rating system for drinking water and wastewater projects. Okay. I know there is a couple, at least 2 or 3 people new in here. So for you all, this will look like a lot of information. It's going to take a while, but I see a lot of familiar faces, and there is most of our guidance and priority rating system did not change. However, the guidance for certain items was updated. So if you have already printed out a copy or saved some, the guidance prior to July 2026 updates, please make sure you replace that with the new one, because there are some changes in the guidance document that we made. And just to give you an introduction to the priority rating system, since we have more demand for the SRF funds or all the state DWI funds, we will have, we'll be like relying on a priority rating system to rate and score projects to determine who gets the money, right? So that's why priority rating system is a very important part of the application process. And what we say usually is you should claim all the points you can to document. All the points you can document. So that means you cannot just, claim all the points without, providing the documentation required as per the guidance. So guidance is where the reviewers also go to see if a certain project that claimed a certain line item received that project, that points or not. So the guidance is going to be for us and for you all when you are putting together the application. We'll be scoring that against the guidance. So when you are doing the priority rating system, you will be completing that Excel spreadsheet that I was showing, and then you will, that's called a score sheet. And then there should be a narrative that you explain, like if you score, like for example, 1C, then you will write down why you are requesting 1C and what are the documentation provided. So everything would be there. That's called narrative. So that is also part of the application. And then you should also provide any supporting documentations that will make us agree with your you asking for this certain points for a certain line item. And one thing to notice, even if you have been talking to some of us in our division and we know, some of us would know about your project, don't take that as a as a thing that we will give you points against, because we never know who is reviewing the applications. So we made it very clear the prior knowledge cannot be used when we are evaluating applications. So even if we know, we are not allowed to use that prior knowledge. So we have to be relying 100% on what you claimed and what you are providing in your application. That's why we always say, read the priority rating system guidance carefully. So every word in that matters. I don't think tables are provided as handouts, right? So that is the change from, if you notice, till last time, we will come up with, come with like this bundles and bundles of printouts. So now we moved more into like an online thing, and you all have your copy if you need. Otherwise, you can access the copy from our website. So we are not providing you the priority rating system or the guidance as a handout. So but I'm seeing everybody has access to it. So that's going to be the basic document that we'll be using to rate your projects. So the guidance really, the some common things that the documentation requirements are maps, the non-compliance documents, and then the guidance also provides some examples and also some tips and recommendations. And then sometimes, we have seen a certain type of, documentation, and then we know that won't work. So those type of examples are provided in the guidance. So guidance is going to be very useful when you are preparing for your application. And it is a very large document. So you will be reading only the points that you think you are going to claim. And we always say you have to, claim all the points to be awarded, but there is some exceptions. That is the roll downs, right? So for example, for project purpose, you claim failed or failing infrastructure, that's 1B. And if we think you haven't provided enough information to support that 1B, we can roll down your application to receive 1C, that is replace rehab, or 1D, that is expansion, provided the application has enough materials to make us score those points. One example would be, I have seen a recent application. They claimed 1B, but the 1B documentation was good enough, but there was nowhere in that narrative that we could find it's a like-for-like replacement. So we did not know if it's a like-for-like or is there some expansion in the component. So we could not give them the high scoring 1C, and we had to roll down to 1D because that was not very clear in that narrative. Because for 1B, it doesn't matter if you have to say, it doesn't matter that you say like for like or no expansion, that kind of language. But if you are not getting 1B and then we are rolling you down to 1C, that language matters. So that's why if you are not sure and you might think you might be like rolled down to something else, make sure that you have all the required documentation for that as well. And another change I noticed is resiliency is not 2N, now it's 2T. Susan, we will need to change the correction. So 2N now is the floodplain points, and 2T has resiliency is 2T. So that's one thing. And the floodplain 2N points also will roll down. It's 2N1 and 2N2. 2N1 is for like, your infrastructure can handle 500-year floodplain flood. And then if we think, no, you cannot, 500-year. Yeah. And if you think it's not, the documentation is not there, then we think, okay, your infrastructure right now can handle 100-year flood, then we will roll you down to 2N2. So that's how this rolling down work. Same with capital planning, 3A and 3B. 3A is for the asset management plan, though, and 3 CIP, that which is 3B, is one portion of that 3A. So first if you qualify for 3B or CIP points, and if your CIP is complete, then we'll go back and see if you are qualified for 3A. That is some more other, some more things more than just the CIP. So if we think, okay, or if you provided enough information to support 3A, then you will get 3A, not 3A and 3B, just one of them, because 3A is the highest scoring than 3B. So same goes there, rolling down. If you claim 3A but you don't have any in all documentation required 3A, we will look if your CIP meets our requirements, then we will roll you down to 3B. Again, our staff is available for questions, and if you want to meet with us, you have to, if you want to discuss your certain particular situation and ask us for guidance on what, which points should ask, what documentation to provide, we are available for, such consultation. But however, I have to tell this repeatedly that, even if you are meeting with us prior, we will only give you, based on the guidance. We say, it can be or, we will not tell you that you will get points, because those, scoring happens in a separate way. Like there is a first score, two people that scores independently, then there is a consensus team that comes together and evaluate that. So it's based on the applications we received at that time, and also based on the interpretation of the guidance that happens at that round. So please make sure that that even if you came and talk with us and then if you didn't get the points, there is a chance that something missing. Of course, we'll be glad to tell you why it is that. So again, we instruct all our staff to kind of put that as a condition before they talk to you. Say this is just a guidance. The final determination will be made by the consensus team, separate from whatever you are talking, one-on-one with our staff. Okay, I think that's the overview. Now we will go through the categories one by one. The priority rating system has 4 categories. One is the project purpose, second benefits, and third is system management, and fourth is the affordability. Like Shadi was saying a few minutes ago, if a project, 2 projects score the same, we will use the project purpose as the first tiebreaker, project benefit as the second tiebreaker, and affordability as the third one. So we have drinking water and wastewater programs in one scorecard. So you will be picking, selecting based on which program you are asking money for. So if you have a drinking water project, you will be selecting drinking water, and all the in the score sheet, if all priority rating line items that is related to drinking water will show up. So that you can fill out. So it matters which type of utility or which type of projects that you're doing, to make sure you select that to get the correct score sheet. I think now the same score sheet has CDBG too, right? It's the same score sheet now has a CDBGI option. Still working on it. Okay,
Well, we should be on one score sheet this year.
this year. Okay.
So they're pretty good.
Yeah, but that'll be the score sheet that we're using.
Internal, not for the
They
external.
have their own.
Their own.
CBGI has
own. Okay.
score sheet.
All right, so that's the thing. So I think that was an internal thing. We will be using the same score sheet, like combining the ones. But for you all, nothing changed. You CDBGI, please use the CDBGI program score sheet specifically. So category one is the project purpose points, and it is the most important category too, because getting category 1 points matters even to get a principal forgiveness. So a project can be eligible even if you score no project purpose points, but you won't get principal forgiveness even if other conditions are met. You won't get principal forgiveness if your project failed to score one of the category 1 points. For category 1, the entire scope, the entire project must support the claimed purpose. So not just, if there is multiple things that you are trying to attain with the project. For example, you are doing some wastewater line work, and also treatment plant and pump station, or you're doing all different type of works. You must claim what is the lowest point. Like, for example, if there is an expansion portion along with some replacement portion, we will only give you the expansion as the total project. So it is the lowest scoring. So or the entire project must have that same project purpose. Okay. So under the project purpose, one is the most, we think that is the best use of money, right? That is consolidating a non-viable system. And also to claim 1A, you cannot just, start your application before the deadline and claim 1A. We will not give you one, because the non-viability must be determined prior to you submitting the application. So if you have a project that you are thinking of claiming 1A points, please make sure you come and meet with us, or you have other documentation as per the guidance. So please make sure you read the guidance. If you have a 1A project in mind that is very high scoring, so it has a certain things that you need to meet. So 1A, that is the consolidation of non-viable system. And there is two situations where a system can be non-viable, right? The first way that a system can be determined as non-viable is public water supply section or division of water resources. Public water supply section for the drinking water and division of water resources for the wastewater. They determine that your system is failing and non-viable. How? One, for public water system, or both the systems, that you have repeated violations with MCL, and the owner themselves determine that they cannot get into compliance by themselves. They need help. Like, they are talking with somebody else to help them make this viable, right? So we're talking about a system merger. That's what we're talking about. So you should have the division of water resources or public water supply should determine that you are non-viable, plus the owner of the system should also agree that they cannot, their system is non-viable and it's not possible for them to be just by themselves and do some projects and get into viability. So that's the requirement. And if you don't have that, but there can be other ways that you can, if you have a financial and managerial kind of issues, and that will prevent you from operating your system in a sustainable manner, then you can, and you means as a system you determine that your system is non-viable, then you can come to us, have that discussion, give us the reasons why. I have seen things like that, just coming up with your enter CIP, and you say like, you only have like 300 people in the town and your CIP is for $200 million, and there is no way that 300 people can afford this much money and do the projects and the system be viable. So in that case, we will look at your data. We will, kind of talk to your, we have a viable utility division too. After the discussions, we can determine that your system is not viable. So once we determine prior to this application deadline, then you claim and provide all the documentation that to get the 1A points. Any questions on 1A? Okay. Since 1A is the highest scoring project purpose, and for us, for the division and for the state of North Carolina, we think that's the best use of money. You will get more project benefit points and other points like related to it for 1A applications. And also a very good thing about 1A is, so for 1A project, that means non-viable projects, there is this utility who is getting help, and there is this another utility who is offering the help, right? So that project can get up to $3 million principal forgiveness. Our regular principal forgiveness cap is $500,000 per applicant per round. But for if you are a 1A project, you can get up to 3 million, and then even that 1A determination can go more than, right now it's more than up to 2 years after the after the date of merger. You can claim non-viability for like a 1A for 2 years. That's the current guidance says, but the guidance is going to be updated for 5 years because we made some other changes for 2F2. So that change will be reflecting here very soon too. So if you are rescuing a system and system needs some work to be merged or incorporated into your system or the bigger system or the working system, you can do work to make that merger happen for up to 5 years from the date of merger, and still claim 1A points and get $3 million principal forgiveness. So that's a very huge deal. That's how North Carolina wants to prioritize these type of projects. So if your clients, or if you have like something that you're thinking about, probably 1A is going to be your best option, knowing that grant fundings are going to be very, very limited next round, right? We have only $10 million SRP grant this round. There's no VUR money coming. So even with that 10 million SRP grant, there is, AIA projects, MRF projects will be taking a big chunk of that. Only leftover will be given to construction projects. So that we haven't decided how SRP grants will be awarded to construction projects. That we will decide after seeing the entire application pool, like how many AIAs, MRFs are applications we receive. So it's going to be a number smaller than 10 million, right? 5 to 7 million or whatever number, that is going to be the SRP grant available next round. So next round, it's mostly SRF and some principal forgiveness. So 1A, please make sure if you have a 1A project, think about it, come talk to us. Then the second one is the resolve failed or failing infrastructure. That is 1B. This is also very selective, and it is, there is only certain ways that, you can claim these points. For drinking water, it should be a physical extension of the service to connect failed systems. And how do we determine failed system? It can either be in 2 ways, right? One is the wells are contaminated and documented exceedances for MCL. And PFAS is not included as one of the item in 1B. It is other, primary contaminant violations that qualify for 1B. And the other one is your well is drying out. So the documentation or the drawdown test should be submitted along with that clearly shows your well yield has gone down like more than 50% from the permitted capacity. So it's like a very strict requirements to get 1B. Same goes with wastewater. Like you can claim 1B for a physical extension to connect failing septic systems or failed non-discharge disposal area. Project must result in privately owned systems owned and operated by applicant. Okay, so this is where, you know, we say if you are connecting homes, or if you are like, you know, doing a failed, if it's a non-discharge system, right? And if it's privately owned, at the same time, it has to be owned and operated by the applicant, because you are getting public funds to fix this privately owned system. So you should have the ability to somehow operate and manage that. That's what it means. 1C, this is the most common type of project purpose that we receive, that is replace rehab. As I said, it's like, you know, it should not be like expanding the capacity, and you should have the clearly saying it's replacing like for like. And if it's a pipeline, you should say 8-inch with 8-inch, you know, 10-inch with 10-inch. All this very, very, very clear things should be there. So I'll take the question. Yeah.
So we've had 605,000 people move in this state since 2020, which means we need an additional 60 million gallons a day worth of capacity
Correct.
to address those people.
Yes.
Is there ever an intention to allow expansion under this or prioritize? Because we're just, I mean, we're at critical capacity now across the state, and there's no funding
Yes.
really available for that. And so is there a horizon where this becomes an option?
Only if all the replace rehab is gone, right? Like everybody is already, you know, new system, everybody's replaced now, only the project remaining is expansion. But if you're thinking people are coming in, they should be able to pick up this cost. This is like a grant program, something like a very low interest subsidized program, right? So that's why we want to prioritize for the towns who cannot afford, like, you know, going to the market, you know, going and taking a market rate loan to do their project. So that's the difference. So if you have people moving in, there will have, you know, there will be some economical development money that available to expand or, you know, develop those towns. Plus, you know, there will be enough users to pay for the infrastructure. So that's why rehab is like.
So those 605,000 people are going to absorb the cost by themselves?
No.
For the big expansion? Or are we going to put it on the backs of the
it's how the utility wants to, and we don't usually tell them, you know, they, you know, how they run their thing, right? So again, like it's based on, if you have seen our demand, right, our program, every time we are, you know, each round we take a look at our applications and see how many applications we are receiving based on that dollar amount and how much money we have. Like we can only fund up to, like, you know, 1/10 or one, you know, something like that. So it is like a very limited amount of money that we have to prioritize in some way. And this, right at this point, this is how we are prioritizing. But as you said, what if is that something coming in the horizon? We don't know. It can happen if the legislature or, you know, somebody above us come to us and say, no, this is, you know, we want you to do this, or we want to take a look at that. And there are some studies with, for example, the emerger studies, right, that is being done by the third parties or EFC and other, you know, financing institutions and things like that. And their recommendation comes in, and we always talk with our, you know, partners, and that's how we improve our priority rating system. So that can happen. So in the horizon, maybe if that is the priority for the state, you know, if our IUP is always on the, you know, public review period, it goes, and then based on the public comments we receive, and everything else that we talk to other people, and then we can determine, or the priorities can change in the future. But at this point, it's not, and I cannot tell you.
No, I mean, so there's no sense of urgency, right? Because an MRF is
No.
2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
That's another 500,000 people that are coming into the state. That's an additional. And then by the time you be done with construction, that's another 5 years.
Yeah.
Right. So that's another million people that are here that we haven't accounted for their capacity at just current growth rate. So it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy that I was just wondering if there's any kind of sense of urgency to start looking at funds for expansion.
That's a very good point. Thank you. We will make sure that, and I think for the division, we cannot, we cannot make that decision. So it should come from, yes.
Let me just make a global comment on that. These state programs they're pretty much directed toward rehabilitating and repairing existing infrastructure. And it's not a secret that the majority of the infrastructure in North Carolina is aging and in disrepair, and most communities have not met their fiduciary responsibility and increase rates adequately to maintain their infrastructure. So they can go out and get this cheap money, but growth should not be eligible for cheap money. You can always go to the open bond market and borrow the money at the market rates, and consequently rates are going to go up. Water and sewer has got to go up. I mean, the commodity itself is really undervalued when you look at what's essential to sustain life. Water is first and foremost behind air. You got to have those two things. But everybody expects a cheap water bill, but they'll pay more than that for a design drink with lemon or some other flavor in it. They'll pay stupid money for that, but they don't want to pay for a water bill that's relative to what the real value of public health is. So that's.
Thank you
if you
so
want
much.
to complain about it, go to your legislators.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that appropriate this money. And I'm not being the
No, I know,
right.
it's just one of those things that.
I'm just telling you how I see it.
Mhm.
I've been in this business 55 years.
Yep.
And I see how it rolls.
Yeah, and I thank you for that. That statement goes a long way. Yep, and that should be separate. And again, I know you both are consultants, so it's our job to educate our utilities too, like how they want to keep their rates so low they can't even operate right now. So let alone the expansion project. So we need to get that message out. Of course, that is, as a consultant, it's our job. It's all of our jobs. At the same time, the same thing, the legislators determine how the state is growing, not DWI cannot, change. And we have very limited amount of money. And then we know there are some, people who are, the utilities or governments, local governments that's not growing, but still they are, they are in this deep, desperate state. That's the people that we want to prioritize. But again, we have been funding some big projects. If you look at our IUP, we have been funding $200-300 million projects because we had, this big influx of money coming in from 2021 until now. And then it's sad, but I'm sure it's that grand days and that it's going to stop at some point. So people need to realize that. Sorry, that is not the intent of this training, this presentation, but it's a good thing that, we have to discuss it whenever we have, opportunities like that. And thank you for that. Yes. Yeah.
Based on what you said regarding principal forgiveness and SRP, what is a realistic cap for principal forgiveness or grant funding for a non-1A construction project?
So we cannot predict that. Right now, it is 500,000 cap, right? So how do we do that? If you have seen last round, I think we went up to 1.5 million for drinking water, something like that. So how do we do is, from the applications we receive, we see who is eligible to get, additional principal forgiveness and how much. So there is, 25, 50, 75%, or 100% PF eligibility. And then we go back and increase their 500,000 cap based on the priority rating system. So the high scoring project will be, if we have enough money left over, we'll go do one more round. So at this point, it's very hard to predict how many, rounds of 500,000 that we can expect. But at least, if you are a, if you are an PF eligible community, the PF eligible application, you will have a minimum 500,000 PF. So how, can it go to 1 million? We don't know. It will be completely dependent on how many applications we receive and how many of them qualify under our affordability calculator. And I think I want to add one more thing. So when we, the previous slides, when we're doing how to fill your application in, we always ask if your project can take loan funds or not, right? So in the past, people usually said, no, we can't take loan funds. And then we had to skip them and then say, if you cannot take a loan fund and your project is 2 million, we can only give you 500,000 as a grant. The rest is, a loan, and you don't want any loan. So we will skip you and go to the next project who said you can take loan. And that was working until now. And then what happened now? Most of the people, even, I think it's even without discussing very seriously, they're, putting in the application, yes, we can take loan. And then we offer them the loan plus some principal forgiveness, even if that principal loan portion is like, less than $1 million, like 500, 800,000, and they have like a 2 or 2.5 million as PF. Even in that situation, they're coming back and denying that loan portion. So, and our legislature has taken notice of that, and they asked us to give a report every year on who is declining funding based on, and what is the reason for the declaration. And this is a brand new thing. I have started a brand new spreadsheet, putting everybody's name on it, on who is declining and how much of the funding they are declining, why they are declining. And at every end of the year, we are supposed to give that report back to the legislature. We don't know what they're going to do with that report, but they asked us to do that. So please make sure if you say they can take the loan, be truthful that if they can really take the loan, because otherwise you are holding on to that money for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, or how many times, that time period that some other project could have used. And there is other changes coming into the program to prevent that too. So I'll talk about that, when we go through this thing. So there are a lot of, changes and things that we have to do because of the situation that we are in.
That's a way of working within the rules, because if you say you can only take $2.5 million loan,
Mm-hmm.
but you get if you miss it on $5,000, then you've given it all up.
Okay,
So you say you take the whole thing and then see what you get.
that's what you're doing right now. That's why we have this requirement by the legislature that we need to let them know why they are doing it. And
But it's hard to say, I can't take more than $10 million loan, or $100,000 loan, but I would hand you, I might would take 105. You know what I'm saying?
it is possible, right? Like based on your LGC, if you talk to them, I don't know if they will take a look at your things prior to the application. There should be some way of knowing what is my credit worthiness. Again, we are just, where we are. So I'm sure we will have some more, applications that's coming in saying they will take all the loans, and then they say, no, we cannot take this loan. Then, we just have to deobligate those. And we have to report to you too. So I'm just informing what changed. And I don't know what this information will do to the program in the coming rounds. So just wanted everybody to know what is happening. Oh gosh, this is getting a little bit heated. I need someone to cool down. It's not the intent, we are in this together, right? We know, like, North Carolina has a lot of needs, and we know infrastructure is in a terrible stage, and we know we don't want to pay for water. So yeah. And thank you for, helping, we can make a change, and we are doing it, and we are going on the right direction. So I'm very optimistic. We will reach there, together. So I don't want to be heated up.
Next question, Kavitha. Since the recent state budget from the legislature did not provide specific funding to viable utility reserve, will the division make other general funding available this round for distress?
I don't know if I even want to address that. See, if you have noticed, last round, we did make about $50 million available. We said, oh yeah, we will make a $50 million available. From where? Legislature never gave us any extra money from BUR for BUR. We were using other monies that is like, we paid money, whatever money that we had, we are kind of putting it together to be available for the BUR program. And now, if you read the budget very clearly, they changed that again. They took that money out from that account. So we do not have the money that we were planning to use for BUR. That's why the BUR changed. So does that answer the question?
And I think the question is more, is there anything else that we are offering? And my understanding is no.
No,
We
right
have our
now.
prioritization system.
Yep.
Some of the programs do add some prioritization for distressed units,
Yep.
but we don't have any separate funding that we can.
Yep. That is correct. We don't have any separate funding. That's why I said if you are distressed and non-viable, 1A is your best bet to get prioritized.
So was any of the BUR moved over into DC because of the magnitude of the need of emerging time to address that?
No, because VUR money was always the state money. It was nothing to do with the federal money. The EC was coming from the federal government,
Okay.
right? So VUR, the Viable Utilities Program is our North Carolina's program. That's very recent, which was put together under Kim Colson's leadership. If you know, he was the prior director, and that we are very proud of that program because that is actually, making very meaningful, impact out there. That's why we thought, even though the legislature did not give us any specific money to the VUR program, we were kind of scrambling it up from other sources and making it available. But even though we said that we will have 50 million, we advertised that, I think last round here in the application training, I came and told you all that, yeah, we have 50 million VUR. And then guess what? Just like a week before the SWIA meeting, we have to do the entire priority rating system, the score change, not priority rating system, the funding awards to take delete that $50 million VUR award and then kind of, use our regular SRF and SRP money for that. So that's what happened. So we don't know if the legislature is going to put more money into that program or not. But at this point, no. And we don't have any internal money to put that into the program too. But it can change the next funding round or next year. Right now, no. Thank you. I think this type of discussions are far more interesting than going through this thing. I've done this many times. All right. We do replace rehab. And then, yes, you will also get age points if your infrastructure is old. For treatment and pumping unit, it's 20 years is old. For distribution system, 40 years is old. For the, SCADA type work, it is 10 years if you can document that. And then, yes, you can see some obsolete pipe material will also earn you age points. And to get age points, at least 50% of the construction cost must be associated with replacing old infrastructure. And the budget should clearly show that. So this is an example that budget clearly shows that, how much of that is more than 40 years old and, or whatever that meets the age requirements. And you have this this presentation is posted online. Kathy, there is a link to the presentation. So, if you are following through and if you don't have a copy in front of you, it is in our website. So this is where the expansion comes. We did not say that you won't be eligible for funding if you have some expansion into it, but it's just, 6 points less than the replace rehab. So replace rehab 1C get 8 points, 8 or 12, sorry, 12. And this is 2 points. One thing to note is for the drinking water SRF, the future expansion without like that, the projected, if it's to support the future expansion, it's not eligible. And also if it is for fire flow, it is not eligible. It's in the drinking water SRF eligibility handbook. But in wastewater program, you can have future growth accounted for and still be eligible for clean water SRF. I'm saying eligibility, not just getting 1D points or not. It's just like that's why if you notice in drinking water SRF, new water lines that's serving a projected some community that is coming in the future, that is not eligible. Not eligible means that will not get even 1D expansion points. So the expansion is defined differently from the drinking water program and clean water program. For drinking water program, it is the expansion to meet the current needs. In wastewater program, it can be the future needs. It's not moving. Susan, it is stuck. Yeah. Sorry, the presentation is stuck, so getting a little bit of technical help here. It's working? Yeah, got it. Thank you. All right, thank you, Rosemary. 1E is service to disadvantaged areas. So, this is also a very, very relevant, very important line item, because even if your community or your application cannot get any PF eligibility, and if you are providing service to disadvantaged area and you document, I think it's 4C4 or something, you can get up to 50% principal forgiveness for that project. So that's why 1E is very, very critical. So how do you get 1E? So at least minimum 75% of the construction cost must be to provide connection or alternative service to this disadvantaged area. And disadvantaged area is also defined the same. It's not any different definition. However, if your entire local government unit is disadvantaged and your project is like a wastewater treatment plant rehabilitation that provide a benefit to the entire LGU, that's not eligible for this funding. So it should be a pocket, like there is an LGU, it's their LGU indicators are higher than the threshold, but then they are addressing, or this project will benefit in a pocket of area where you can document that people in that area is disadvantaged and your project directly benefits that area. That is the type of projects that will get points under 1E.
So they don't look at, I'm Jimmy Tate, I'm in Pender County.
Mm-hmm.
And in Pender County, it's almost like two counties divide county. You have the beach communities, which is for a high income area.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the district like where I reside in is very low income area. But a lot of times these grants it hurts us because our tier is so,
yes,
it's one of the counties as a whole is private.
Mm-hmm.
So then areas like mine are very affected.
Yep.
For example, people in my district are selling that we have clean water.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrian water is some major issues, big problems there because of, we don't have clean water. And we need pipes run in the community. We are standing. But I'm hearing you say that the application, you look at a specific pocket area
Mm-hmm.
versus the overall county tier itself.
That is correct, yeah. But that again, if the principal forgiveness eligibility, if for that addressing that area, if your county will not qualify for 100% PF, we will, if you qualify under this one, there will be like at least minimum 50% PF for that project.
So why would you use qualifiers like census data?
Census data and or whatever data I think there is in the guidance, there is this medium household income, the poverty rate, and the property values, unemployment. In a combination of this data can be used. And we can also have the purple map. I don't know if we still have the purple map in the with the NC1 map, the area that is, identified as disadvantaged with our state. And there was the justice map that just went away, and it's going to be a little bit tough to kind of get all this information, but if you can, your application can just show us what are the criteria that you use to classify. We can take a look at that. And again, that's something that probably we will be able to discuss with you before you send in the application too.
Because the nearest water system that the county has, to the area that needs water, it's never had county water, never had county water, it's about 10 miles. It's gonna be expensive to run water there, but the community really needs it. Right?
So you're saying if you have to provide water to this area, you have to run this 10-mile, and then that the whole project will be considered as giving service to this area, provided you are not connecting right now with this. In this 10-mile duration, there will be more people that is not classified as disadvantaged. If you are providing service to all those people, then we will be taking a look at the project cost as the providing the other communities too. But this line, is just providing service to this pocket of area where it is disadvantaged. This line cost will also be, counted as providing service.
You all look at how many residents there, since the rural areas, the population is not that great, certainly needs more. So you look at the population. So that we don't want to affect.
Yeah.
Then really about policy, keep up long-term system.
That is.
Folks can afford about $1 a month water.
Yes, in our if we strictly look at our guidance and our programmatic, reasons, we don't look at price per connection. However, SWIA, State Water Infrastructure Authority, is very interested in knowing that. So they ask us to provide them that data. Like, if you think that, for 10 customers, it's a $10 million project, that is, that kind of a data or some that number. They want us to report that number to them so they can take a decision. So for our program, we, it's not written anywhere that, if the price per connection is more than that, we will not, consider you for funding. But SWIA can definitely, comment on that or skip the project, that things like that can happen. So, yeah, so maybe for them it is, the digging a private wells or the community wells or something might be a better option than running a 10-mile, line. So if you just leave that as an open thing, like if you are now putting an application, you don't know the best way to serve, probably that's another thing when you get the money and then you can hire an engineer and do this study saying what is their best, the engineering report can do an alternative analysis for you. What is the best way to serve these communities and, come up with a project like that. So that is another option if you don't want to commit that this 10-mile line. All right. So this is just the things that is in the guidance. So I'm not going over how do you get 1E, but if you have questions, I can stop and answer. How am I doing with the time? Oh gosh, okay. It's really behind. All right, so this is again, the budget should show that, at least 75% should be benefiting this disadvantaged area to be eligible for 1E. 1F.
Okay, for 1F, this is like CDBGI criteria for just for this project purpose and only for CDBGI. And it essentially is looking for project will firmly further fair housing for water and sewer services. For 1F1, the scoring criteria here is 15 points for this one. It's higher than 1F2, and it supports for it's for funding for housing that's supported by public, private, or nonprofit or private firm receiving tax credits. So this is where you're looking to address water wells and septics at these types of residences. For 1F2, they're doing essentially hookups, but the requirement here is all service connections must meet the low to moderate income to receive connection using CDBGI funds. Just keep in mind that the current scoring for this project purpose for septic tanks use 2A as a scoring criteria or information provided for this. And for wells, it's use 1B per our guidance.
Thanks, Eric. That is CDBGI Supervisor Eric Karras. Sorry, I didn't introduce him. So he'll be actually coming on and off here when it's CDBGI specific items. Eric will be coming and talking to you all. Oh, this is 1J points. This is for only for emerging contaminants that is PFAS related. And that is 2H3 and 2H4. 2H1 and 2H2 are for acute contaminants other than PFAS, and 2H3 and 2H4 is for emerging contaminants that's PFAS related. Here, you have to get 2H3 or 2H4 in order to get 1J1 or 1J2. That's the connection. 1J1 and 1J2 are for emerging contaminants project purposes, and this project benefit 2H3 or 2H4 is the where you with documentation, you are proving that you do have a documented MCL exceedances, so that these 2 points are tied together. This is just a summary of all the points there is. Yep. So for the rehab replace, it is 1C, 12 points versus expansion 2. So there is a 10-point difference between replace, rehab, and expansion. All right, the category 2 project benefits. So here the difference is only a portion of the project must relate to a specific benefit. So you don't have to prove that the entire project will benefit. For example, you have like a $3 million project and have a 30,000 or $50,000 generator into the project, and then that you can still get redundancy, resiliency, provided that generator is like new and improved, whatever. So that's the thing, like regardless of the dollar amount, you can get project benefit points. But if it is like a very, very small amount, we will have to take a look at it. For example, I think I received 2 rounds ago, there is this project, maybe $20-30 million wastewater treatment plant or no water treatment plant rehab project, but they have like a very tiny lead service line removal somewhere. It's like $5,000, $10,000 something into the project. So that's kind of stretching. So even though we say only one portion has to benefit, you just have to use the best judgment and see if actually this is related to the project. In here, lead service line project is not related to the water treatment plant project. So that benefit must be to a related scope. So that's the difference. (2A) for CDBG.
Okay, so for 2A, you must demonstrate scoring under 1B for this criteria. We're looking at connecting homes to public sewer service that have failing septic, or for homes with wells for dry or contaminated wells. For sewer systems, our criteria here are lines with reported SSOs, treatment issues at your treatment plant, or backup into homes for wastewater going back into homes. For water systems, we're looking at public wells or contamination where public wells are dry or contaminated. And you're looking to also connect to another system that's more viable. For adding a treatment under 2A, you must document for 2H1 and 2H2 per our guidance. So again, refer to our guidance for this criteria. And for lead service lines, address how and where they are identified and show those maps as for that. Some common errors that we've seen. I'm starting to see some reductions in this, so this slide may be updated, but again, I'll see how this goes with fall around. But these are essentially things that prevent scoring under 2A for this slide, and you can reference this as you prepare your applications. For 2A1, there's additional 5 points if you eliminate failing septics or wells that are 20% of the project. Narration and map must show this, and ensure your documentation addresses that when you're requesting these for 2A1.
Thanks, Eric. 2B is the, for projects that provide specific public health benefit, and it's only for the drinking water program. It's 20 points. There is two categories, 2B1 and 2B2. 2B1 is for projects benefiting public water system. There's only two ways that you can get those points. One for if you are claiming 1A, then automatically based on, the project resolves managerial, technical, and financial issues, you would automatically be considered for 2B1, plus you need to claim and provide documentation. And then the other one is like, if
you're claiming 1 day.
my phone is recording me. Didn't ask you to record. Sorry. Or talking to me. Sorry about that. So then the other way is like, if you have a contamination that is addressed in 2H1 and 2H2 that is exceeding MCL, primary contaminants, and acute contamination, or if you have dry wells as established as shown in 1B. So in those two cases, you can get 2B1 for addressing dry wells or the contamination. I mean, primary contaminants and acute contamination, except PFAS. And this 2B2 is for lead service line. Again, we have more money in the lead service line program. So if you have lead service line replacement projects, please apply to that program rather than, asking more points for this funding. Again, if it's here, if you are doing a big water line project and there is a, few lead service lines that you have identified and you want to take care of them through this program, this 2 is available for you as well. So 2C is specifically for wastewater, that is providing specific environmental benefit. So under that, there is 2C1 and 2C2. 2C2 is for eliminating malfunctioning on-site wastewater systems. And make sure if you are claiming 2C2, please make sure you check our guidance. It has changed. We know the documentation requirements for malfunctioning or failing is very tricky because the health departments don't want to certify that your system is failing. So we have actually provided some other ways that you can document this same thing. One would be that the repair permit is denied. The other one would be you have applied for multiple, you obtain multiple permits within last 5 years or whatever, showing that it is failing repeatedly. Things like that. There is a couple of other ways that you can document your system is malfunctioning or failing. And 2C1 is the if you are eliminating failed on-site system or non-discharge system, resolving managerial, technical, and financial issues. So again, guidance is your best buddy to get any to get the documentation requirement for any of this project. Here must include a letter from registered sanitarian, includes failed single family. For this is a 2C1, right? 2C1 is still, you need to have a violation, plus you need to reach that, the SSO should reach the bodies of water, or it should have a documented backup. So that is 2C1. And 2C1, if you get 1A points, that's another way to get 2C1. So if you are a wastewater system that is non-viable, probably you have your system has been determined to be non-viable because of one of these reasons. That will get you more points in 2C1. 2C2 is the other one that I was telling you about. That's an expanded documentation requirement that you can use. It can be a notice of violation, or majority of homes, more than 50% being connected, must have documented failing systems and provide list of addresses. And there are some map requirements and things like that in here. Again, that's when 2C2, please make sure you read the new guidance. 2E is for drinking water, wastewater and CDBG projects. It's the enforcement documents. There are multiple type of enforcement documents that will give you some additional points. 2E1 being that addresses administrative orders or special orders by consent. Please make sure if you have a NOV or a enforcement document, your current project that you are proposing must directly, resolve that issue. So you cannot have a enforcement document or NOV or something for one and then do something else and claim that point. If the project is not directly resolving this, whatever issue that you had that addresses in the NOV, then you will not get points on this. Again, there is a timeline to enforcement documents must be no more than 3 years old. So this is a system merger points that I was been talking about. If you are, same goes with the viability. So if you are claiming non-1A and then your system is merging with some other system, you can claim this 2F1. That is physical consolidation, and then you will have like a single regional system. So you won't have like the one entity will not have ownership. It will be like a combined ownership, or the other, the whatever the system that taking over will have the ownership. So if you are just doing an interconnection, whatever it be, if it's an emergency interconnection or other type of interconnection, or you're purchasing bulk water, it's not qualified as a 2F1. Again, this changes. We changed that if you have a merger that happened up to 5 years from the effective date of merger, you can do projects associated with the system to make that merger complete. So the project must be related to the merger. Like, you need to do changes with the system to be merged or system that is merging. So it can be like, the project can be in both parties' area, but that should address, getting this merger happening, or the combining of these utilities happen in a seamless way. So that's the type of projects that will get 2F1 points. And other type of regionalization, because if you just have a partnership, you will get 2F2. That's the less points, 5 points. For this, you don't need to be taken over by this other system, or you don't need to have a regional system for that. Do I need a break, or can I continue? How is it?
Keep going. We're scheduled for lunch at 12:15.
12:15, okay. Okay, this is a 2H. We are talking about 2H1, 2H2 addresses acute contamination and other than acute contamination. 2H3 and 2H4 for PFAS, that is exceeding MCL or hazard index. There is some, the documentation requirements for PFAS, the testing method, it should be an EPA validated testing method. The guidance tells you exactly what should be the testing method that you use. And also for public systems, you should have at least one sample within the last 12 months. That shows that your sample is exceeding the threshold levels. And for the private drinking water wells, you should have at least one in last 3 years. So we know the private, drinking water wells are not getting sampled as often as the other one is. Again, there is an exception for the 1J1 threshold for GenX. If the contaminant is GenX and wells are located within 50 miles of the Chemours facility, with 25% wells exceeding threshold values will get 1J1. So if you remember, 1J1 is that 100% of the project cost addressing the contamination. So for that, we should we have the results for all the houses in there. But if you are in the area where GenX is the contamination, then you only need to show that the 25% of the houses there has MCL violation. Then the whole project can get 1J1 points. 1J2 is the minimum 50% wells must have the data exceeding thresholds, and 75% of the total cost must be to address PFAS. So you have PFAS contamination, but you don't have exceedances for all the houses or all the wells in the area, but you have at least 50% of exceedances, then you can claim 1J2. But the project cost must be like at least 75% of the cost must be to address the places or the wells with contamination or MCL exceedance. So for emerging contaminants, must replace or provide new treatment to a wastewater treatment or drinking water supply system affected by emerging contaminants. So it can be a replacement projects like we discussed earlier. So if you want to replace a well with a contaminated well with a new well that meets MCL, that can be an option too. And you have to document how the project will reduce PFAS. So you should, clearly show that the proposed project, after the project is done, you will be able to meet the maximum contaminant levels as provided by the agencies. Now we are going to the interconnection points, 2K1 and 2K2. 2K1 is for new potable water system interconnection. 2K2 is for addition of a larger potable water interconnection. So if you already have an interconnection, but it's not enough and you have to make it bigger, or you need to add one more interconnection, that's when 2K2 comes in. 2K3 is the other. It's not potable, like if you are connecting at the raw water sources or some other type of interconnections like emergency interconnections, those classified under 2K3. And to get these points, there must be documentation from both partners. Like, you cannot just say that I'm going to connect with the system B. System B should also tell that they are willing to connect with you. Yes, there's a question.
We just covered 2H, went to 2K. I had a note that you said 2J had changes.
2J had changes? What is 2J?
Water loss. Project addressed water loss. Did I? Has the guidance changed? I may have made the
No,
wrong.
it did.
Water loss.
Could you discuss those changes in 2J to make sure I understand what, please?
Yes.
And you'll probably want to complete the
Susan, you want to
question.
Yeah, let me, 2 seconds.
Let us pull up the
Thank you.
guidance.
Thank you very, you're very welcome. And thank you.
Thank you for that. You are paying attention.
I was taking notes.
Oh, and that's a good catch. I apologize that we did not make a slide for that. Let me.
Oh,
The
yeah.
changes in the guidance, so
It is
The changes in the
guidance.
guidance, yes, but I want to highlight what we changed.
Yeah, I think
for
it's the
you.
water. It's like a
Wait,
requirement.
The intent was to make it a little bit easier
Easier.
for you. But I'm going to pull up my markup here so I can remember what we changed. Hopefully, it's still. Computer's being really slow here. This version is already finalized.
Got to find them.
It's okay.
It's not.
Okay. It's not a red line. That's okay.
Mhm.
All right. So under 2J is addressing water loss. We have updated the required documentation. So under the current guidance, which is what you want to go with, you document that the system's water loss exceeds 30% by including the most recent water audit. You only need to include one, which must meet the requirements that are discussed under line item 3D for a water loss plan. If water loss is not reflected in the most recent audit, then you can submit other data to demonstrate that the water loss exceeds 30%, such as your unaccounted for water.
Is that the change?
Yes. The idea here is we're trying to acknowledge that you might have a water loss that's more recent than your audit, and we want you to be able to present us information on that so that you don't have to wait for the water to keep being lost before you're addressing it. So, we know that what data you have might vary a little bit from system to system when we're talking about something very recent, but provide whatever data you can, and then your narrative and explanation of, what you're giving us, why you believe that indicates that you're greater than 30%.
Just want to thank follow-on guidance for CDBGI for certain criteria. As there's some changes that have been made, we just got to sync it up. We won't be around on this one. Okay. Follow-on guidance for CDBGI.
Right here, we can say is we have not made the corresponding.
We have not made a corresponding change. Our stuff will catch up right now for this one. Just use our guidance on what we are.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? All right, good catch, Vince. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan.
Yep.
Wow, I couldn't even remember what it was. So many things. All right, the floodplain, 2N1 and 2N2. 2N1 relocates or improves infrastructure to assure continued operation during 500-year flood event. 2N2 for the 100-year flood event. That's the one of the items that I said roll down can happen if you don't have enough documentation to support 2N1, then we can roll down to 2N2, provided you have that documentation. So, now, right now, relocation is not the only way that you can get the 2N points. It can be fortification, or some other method of like getting that that you can continue to operate even when there is a flood happens. 2O is impaired waters. Project directly benefit impaired waters. So you provide stream name and a discussion of impairment. And one thing to notice is this project must directly benefit the impairment. So we have seen a lot of projects asking for 2O points. There is two things that we see. One, the integrated report is not final. There is a draft report going out there, but we are not considering draft report for this. It should be the most recent integrated report that is adopted. And then you cannot just use any impairment and say you are doing something with this wastewater treatment plan and ask for the points. You can ask for the points, but we will be looking at it very carefully and see if your proposed project is going to make a difference with the impairment. We know you cannot predict that you give to 100% it will go away, but if it is something related to that, for example, fecal coliform, if you are putting a disinfectant, improving the disinfection, and if fecal is the contaminant, then there's a direct correlation. So something like that, that's what we are looking for. And there's also special water classification. We have always been adding more and more classification into this 2P. So please look at the guidance. Now that list is already expanded. So you can have 2P points if you have, these different type of classification. One is the NSW is the new addition. Again, the same thing, you have to show the direct connection. And mapping is very important in this case. If it's a SSO, then you have to show that, the SSO is the one that directly correlating these problems with this river. 2T is the redundancy resiliency. They include redundant or resilient items in the project description, and it should be new or increased redundancy or resiliency. So if you have a new or increased redundancy or resiliency, you'll get points. But if you are replacing or repairing an existing generator, there is no points because that redundancy or resiliency was already there. Then you won't get points. So if you are just retrofitting to cover the entire plant. So you should show that, in the past, the generator was 20 kilowatt. It could only handle the clarifiers, but now we are retrofitting to cover the entire plant, something like that. It should be new and improved that when it comes to resiliency. Do you want to take a break or to go to category 3? I think I can cover 3 and 4 very easily.
I think let's go ahead and check your presentation.
Okay, that's everybody okay with that? You need any like a 5-minute break or something? Please feel free to get up and walk away. I don't think you're going to lose much. Category 3 is for system management. So we want the system management is we want to kind of reward if your system is doing everything you need to be done, right? The other project benefits, if you're giving points for SSOs and NOVs and all those things are like kind of rewarding bad behavior in my mind. Of course that needs to be done, but system management is like if you're doing something good, your operating ratio is nice, and you're doing everything, you have asset management plan, those are the things is captured under 3. Yes, Eric?
One quick thing on here, there's a bullet here that says CDBGI must provide your asset management plan with the application. Please do not. That's been eliminated. I'll go over that in the CDBGI portion of the agreement.
Thank you. I was not going to go through the whole thing because I think this guidance haven't changed in I don't know, last 5-6 years much. So, the requirements are all same. We don't want your entire asset management plan. We want your write-up that covering, the 4 key areas. And then again, the capital improvement plan or CIP is a very big chunk of the AMP. So unless if your CIP is not good enough, or, if you don't meet all the CIP requirements, you will automatically not get 3A1 because you have to have 3A2 to be considered for 3A1. I think in the older other slides, we said 3A and 3B. Probably this is 3A1 and 3A2. So there might be a small change here that we need to do in the presentation slides. So CIP, it should be have a 10-year CIP, and the project that you're doing must be clearly highlighted in the priority metrics. And it should be like in the first 5 years, you have to list the projects by year. And then after that, it can be like, together, like you can clump up the projects per year. And it should be adopted. So that's the CIP requirements. There are some errors. So I think by now, most of you might be like knowing what is a good CIP. It should be like, the main thing is like the project that you're applying for must be in this in the CIP and highlighted, and the cost should mostly, be matching. Like, it can be like little bit here and there, but it should not be like a huge difference that we cannot say that this project in the CIP is what you are applying for. And the flood resiliency action plan, it is a relatively new item. So you can get points if you have a flood resiliency action plan. And the narrative should have inventory of assets exposed to flooding and a prioritized action for achieving flood resilience and consideration of future flood impact. So there is a guidance requirement in there, and you can also provide mapping if it is required. So please follow the guidance and see if you have a flood resiliency action plan that meets our guidance, then you can claim these 3 points. That concludes category 3 system management. And now at category 4, that's the affordability. This is where we determine what is the principal forgiveness eligibility, provided you scored PF, that is provided you scored category 1 points, project purpose points. And also you have rates. I think that if you have very low rates, that can be the reason that you might not be eligible for principal forgiveness. 4A is for connections. So if you have less than 10,000 connection, you will get more points. And if you have, less points, and if you have less than 1,000 connection, you get more points. So 2 to 4 points for A. And you should use only number of sewer or water connections as the day as of date of application. So you should not be counting, the future dates. And DWI staff will provide points based on connections provided in the application form. An applicant must explain any differences. So if there is any difference in here for A versus in the first page of the application also has the sewer connection. So if these two numbers doesn't match, you should provide some explanation on that. 4B, it changed a little, not changed, with the percentile rate is remaining the same. That's the current monthly utility bill for a 5,000 gallon supply. We have updated the numbers for the water rates or the utility bills, the combined water sewer bills. So if you are if your rate falls more than 95 percentile, that is the equivalent of 95th percentile right now, after considering rates for all the public utilities out there, it is 161. So that is like a high in our state. If you have more than 161, that gives you 10 points. Again, you should only claim one subcategory under this, and a rate also must match your, whatever bill that there is a sewer rate bill form or the rate sheet that you are providing with your application. So whatever narrative that you are using to calculate the points under 4B should match your rate sheet. And we, the staff will do that calculation. And if we cannot come up with your numbers, we will use the lower number to give you the points. And again, you should use the lowest residential rate or in-town rate. You cannot use that rate that you're charging for, external or out of town to claim this number. 4C1 through 4C3 is for local government unit indicators, that is 3 to 7 points. If your LGU have a 5 out of 5 indicator worse than state benchmark, that's when you get the highest points. And if you are 3 out of 5, that's, you get the lowest points in there. 3, that is 3. And you should have minimum 3 out of 5 LGU indicators worse to be eligible to principal forgiveness. So the LGU indicators are as follows. It's the property valuation per capita, percent population change, poverty rate, median household income, and unemployment rate. So there is an alternative population data that you can use. You can use ACS or OSBM. There is in our application, you will have the affordability calculator, and there is an ability that you can pick your population data based on ACS or OSBM, and that is only for the population. 4C4, this is something that is related to 1E, that is providing benefit to disadvantaged areas. So this was a 4D in the previous guidances and applications. I think last few rounds, at least 2 or 3 rounds now, we are calling it 4C4. And even if you get 4C1 through 4C3 as the maximum points, and you don't need 4C4 to be, to maximize the points under the category 4 this is important. If you are providing this providing service to the disadvantaged area, it is important to claim these points, because this might give you minimum 50% principal forgiveness, even if your original LGU or original project is not PF eligible. So for C4, there is a certain documentation requirements, and you should have a map, you should have a public health or environmental benefit to the disadvantaged area. One thing we see is it was like, if it's something like a project that's saying, okay, if you get grant money, the people can afford it, So the money should not be a factor when you are claiming for C4. It should be a health benefit or an environmental benefit. This is the same thing I was talking about. Project documenting for C4 will also be eligible for 50% PF. and projects benefiting disadvantaged areas must provide documentation in 4C4 to be eligible for PF, even if you are claiming 4C points. This is, one more time reiterating that point. CDBG has 4E and 4F.
This is it. We're done after this slide, guys. All right, so 4E is the poverty rate for local government units. It's based off of 2023 LGU indicators. It's essentially you're either, if you're above 13.2, which is 2023 for poverty rate, 13.2%, you should receive points. If you're below 13.2, at or below 13.2, you will not receive any points. However, to receive the maximum points, it's 2 times the poverty rate. So 13.2 times 2 is 26.4. If your LGU is above 26.4 poverty rate, you'll receive the maximum points for this. Between 13.2 and 26.4, it's a range between 0 and 14.9 points. Okay, so that's our question. Above 0, it's going to be above 0 to 14.9. Okay, it's just you put it in there and it's scored. For 4F, low to moderate income, the RLMI, this is a national requirement. You must meet 51%. Otherwise, you cannot, for your project area, in order to be funded by CDBGI. If you're below that 51% threshold, your project is ineligible for funding. The scoring criteria for this is from 5 to 25. If you're at 51%, you'll automatically get 5 points, and it goes up there to 25. Okay. Susan?
So,
Kelly?
So thank you. That's the end of our priority rating system. I'm going to tell you 2 points that I think I missed. One would be for clean water emerging contaminants funding. If you have any projects, it's a highly good chance that you might get funding because we have money for the clean water emerging contaminants. That's PFAS addressing in wastewater programs. So please think about it if you have projects. And the other one is same thing with clean water SRF for green project reserve, right? For, if it's a non-point source project that has some water quality benefit, please make sure, you apply. There is a reserve. I think it's a 10% reserve for clean water SRF funding for addressing green projects. So there is a chance, even if your project score less, there will be if you don't have another green project, other projects will be skipped to fund the green project reserve. That's how the reserve works. And the third thing is we do have this pilot program for clean water SRF septic program. Right now, it's actually gaining momentum, and every round VRC, and it's a rolling application too. You can submit your application at any time, and it's gaining momentum, and we are getting at least 750,000 to 1 million type of applications every year, and we have a cap of 1.5 million for that program every year. So again, there is money in that pilot program. If you have failing, the septic systems that you want to replace, it's not for connection to the private sewer, the public sewer. It's if you want to replace or rehab your septic system for your private citizens. So there is this pilot program that is going with 1.5 million every year. So that money is also available. Those are some general points that I want to mention, other than whatever we talked about here. I can take questions if you have any questions related to construction projects, funding, and all this priority rating system.
I have some questions. Who I've worked with about asset management plans, they don't know if they have one or if there is one that exists. They're not a database. You can look that up. I've looked on the website and I found a form to do it, and what's required to do it. They're right. I think I have.
Or if any LGU has asset management plan or not.
You guys would have, because I don't think they'll include it with the CIP when they send in the application, but you keep that as a data in a database somewhere.
Vince, you want to talk about it? What happened? Yeah, sure, you can.
The very short answer is if they do not know whether they have an asset management plan that is approved by the division, then they do not.
Because
it's a big deal, and it has to be very recent, and it has to be updated periodically.
And if they have not done that, or doing those things that they are.
But yeah, but I think the question, yeah, but the question is, I don't think it is funded by division if they have one or not, right?
Yeah.
So for us, same thing, like, that applies. It has to be relevant, like it has to be adopted within last 2 years. So if they don't know they have it, it must be very old and they are not using it. And again, the ones that we funded, we have a list. So if you want to just check if we have ever funded them for an asset management plan. But in DWI, we do not keep a copy of everybody's asset management.
There is a lot of turnover.
I know, could be there. Yeah. If-
Also says implemented too.
Implement-
So implemented means they've been following it.
Following
I don't
it.
know if they have one, odds are they're probably.
The implementation, they fail in the
Yeah,
implementation.
they haven't been funding it.
It's a working documentation.
Using it.
One guy found it from the engineering firm. They basically created one probably for an application.
We don't want to hear about those things. I know it's happening. Yeah.
They had a number, they had a
Yep.
numbers.
It is true. Yeah. Yeah. We try to, try to get that with our guidance documents, like, to avoid things like that. Just to, same thing with the rates, like, just before the application, they just go and, increase the rate. God knows, like after 2 months, they go back to the original rate. I don't know if it's even possible, but yeah, there are things happening just to get the points, but there is so much we can prevent. Any other questions? All right, sorry, just went over a little by 15 minutes, but it was a very good discussions, and hopefully, we are walking out of here with some good knowledge about how to apply. Thank you. And afternoon, we have a good session waiting, right? Susan, you want, or Rosemary, you want to finish it up? Yep. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please only take an hour for lunch. Normally, we give you an hour and 15 minutes. Today, it's an hour. We are running behind. Thank you. See you at 1:30.
I'm now unmuted, so hopefully you all can hear me online. It's 1:30 p.m. and I'm going to get started here. My name is Eric Karras. I'm CDBGI program manager, and will be providing the program specific stuff on CDBGI. Here's the outline that I will use for this presentation. For the first half, I'm going to be discussing just project overview, funding, documents, where to find our documents. And then if you see where it says determine LMI for a project, until we see document LMI and application, that's a large portion of the presentation was the low to moderate income requirements. I will hit on public hearing requirements. CDBGI does require a public hearing be held and some of the requirements there. And then finally, I'll end with application submissions and checklist and how to submit for us. Okay, for the CDBGI application, everything you can see for our documentation and documents and templates and application, you could go to I need funding, go to application process, and you're going to see these these tabs down here at the lower right corner of this slide here. So if you see 1, 2, 3, 4, that's where you're going to find those documents. I'm going to go over this in a little bit later on, our tabs, but each our application submission documentation, we ask that you put it in tab format as an outline. So for all like tab 1 and tab 2 requirements, you'll find under that one application forms. That's for your resolution and the CDBGI application. For the priority rating system guidance, as well as the interactive scorecard that you need to submit with the application, you'll find in tab 2 of this link down here at the bottom. For CDBGI additional forms, you'll see all of our requirements here for the CDBGI program. Tab 3, information requirements for determining LMI. tabs 4 through 7, which highlights all the requirements for your priority rating system guidance and things that you need for that. And then tab 8 is all the federal documentation required for our application, including the that I'll highlight again. So in the for CDBGI additional forms mirrors our application checklist that's found on page 21 of the priority rating system guidance. Then under additional resources, you'll find the LGU indicators and documenting loader pressure. Again, LGU indicators is for 4E. You'll find that information for your local government unit. And documenting loader pressure is under 2G. If you'll see in our guidance, you have to go, there's a fact sheet under this area and additional resources that documenting low pressure. You must submit those requirements in there. You can't just say my system is low pressure. There's guidance in that fact sheet for documenting that, and that link is in our checklist when you provide that information or when you get to that section of our guidance. Okay, so what are some changes from our priority rating system guidance for the fall? You'll see this on page 1 of our priority rating system guidance. I'm going to highlight just 3 of them. That's our starred. You'll see that for the LGU, we remove the requirement for providing a certification statement and just asking for your SAM.gov registration. SAM.gov registration never went away, but we ask that you provide that PDF download from SAM.gov as part of your documentation that showing no exceptions or exclusions for federal funding. Under number 5 there, to align with the other units within a division, we're no longer requiring a certified utility rate. Just submit your utility rate and any math or that you use for your utility cost. And then number 6 is, as I highlighted earlier, under 3A, we remove the requirement for submitting the asset management plan as part of your documentation of the 3A points, 3A1 points. Now, in order to still receive 3A1, you still need to document according to the guidance, which describes your asset management plan, and then you still need to meet 3A2 for your capital improvement plan in order to meet the full 3A1 requirements. Okay. But if you do not have 3A1, we'll look at your 3A2 to see if you're met the CIP requirements, capital improvement plan. Okay, so for funding for the FY 2026 funding year, this cycle, we're anticipating just under $19 million. If you're a local government unit, your maximum application for our grant is $3 million, and it's based off your last SWIA award date of 3 years before. So if you have received a award in the last 3 years from the SWIA award date, which and it's for $1 million, you can only really apply for $2 million. If you receive a $3 million within that 3 years, you're not eligible to apply till after that 3-year time frame is complete. If you submit multiple applications, you'll only receive we'll only go to SWIA recommendation with the highest scoring application that you submit for your local government unit. Okay, so eligibility. Our eligibility is for our program is focused on healthy environments through public water and sewer infrastructure financing. All of our funds is federal grant money. The requirement is you must meet your 51% low to moderate income to even be eligible for your project area. You also, if you cannot be a non-entitled an entitlement community. I'm going to highlight here in the next couple slides what entitlement communities. If you're an entitlement community, you cannot apply for our program. And the 51% LMI is not based off of connections. It's based off of population in your project area. And the definition there at the bottom of the slide, what constitute low to moderate income within your project area. Okay, so project areas and limitations. Essentially, we can only fund within a residential area. So if you're looking to do anything in a commerce or a industrial area, our funding cannot do anything within those areas. If you're looking to do connections and use our funding to do connections, each connection must meet the low to moderate income and be documented as such, meaning that low to moderate income to be eligible. There are flood areas restrictions. If there's a project areas within the floodway, we cannot flood any. We cannot fund the project within a floodway. We can demo within the floodway, but we cannot fund it. And then types of constructions are limited. If you're doing a CIPP, the CIPP, we could do that within a project because it's already in underground, or do a directional bore within there. So, but any type of work needs to be outside of the floodway. Again, the floodplain restrictions are under 24 CFR Part 55, but the bottom line is we can fund within in there, but there are some constraints. We'll work through that as we get the engineering report, environmental report. All right, so this was a entitlement community and non-entitlement communities. Non-entitlement communities are eligible for funding, and it's basically for based off population. If your county is below 200,000 or a municipality is below 50,000, you're eligible for our program and applying. But if you're one of these entitlement communities, you're not eligible. You receive HUD funding directly, and if you're in entitlement county, Mecklenburg, Wake, Union, and Cumberland, it's the same way. The exception being Holly Springs and Linden, and that has not changed. We also cannot fund single-purpose government, such as an authority. That's by federal law. We cannot fund those type of entities. They must be. You can enter into agreements with a local government unit, but that is between the local government unit you're looking to partner with and that authority. We do not have any templates on all that, how to do agreements and all that's a local issue, and that'll be resolved there. So that's the only thing I could say. We do have funding with some authorities, but through, again, a local government unit, we could point you to those for some guidance or some recommendations or discussions of how they did it to inform how you're going to go forward with yours. Okay, so project description. Project description is very important for your project, okay? So you need to essentially highlight all major components for your water and sewer that you're going to replace or do any type of work on. If you're using diameter pipe, use approximate as well as linear foot of that pipe that will be worked on. Use the word approximate on there. Try to include any pump size, treatment items that are their size limits and stuff, if you can, in your project description as much as possible. Please provide geographic locations in your description, i.e. tying it to a street, a geographic reference point within your project description, so we can locate that by word as well as by the map you will provide. The project map, please include clear, readable maps with your application. If you're providing maps that we cannot read, can be at risk and it doesn't match up with description, your project could be may be deemed ineligible if we cannot understand where you're at, what you're doing. You'll also need to provide your LMISD data with that location of your project area for the application. And then for any connections that are LMI and low moderate income and are above LMI, please provide those on your map as well. If we cannot understand your project description on your map or both your map and your description, we will refer to your public hearing comments and see what is there as well. If that information cannot be determined, then the project application can be at risk. Okay, so now we're discussing the low to moderate income of your project. There are two types of ways we look at low to moderate income. One is by area benefit activities and limited clientele activities. Area benefit is essentially using HUD information, their LMISD data, and that is documented on the HUD website, and it achieves a 51%. The only thing you must keep in mind when you're doing your area benefit is the project area should not be intentionally drawn to include LMI persons or exclude non-LMI persons. That's from HUD regulations. So please, when you're looking at your project area for your area benefits, that you keep that in mind as you're working through that portion. However, if you believe your project, you're going to do a specific location within your community, you can use limited clientele activity. The issue with limited clientele activities is you're restricted to that street, neighborhood, or for your project, and it must meet 51% here. Most likely, or definitely, you'll be doing local income surveys for this. If you put in your project description any type of area benefit and a limited clientele that we assess as a limited clientele, that portion of the project could be ineligible or the entire project be ineligible. And what I mean by that is if you're trying to do a wastewater treatment plant and you're saying I got a street that is going to benefit this at 51%, well, the wastewater treatment plant is providing a benefit to your entire neighborhood or your entire community. You can't just use a street, say that's 51%, and I'm going to do the wastewater treatment plant. Okay, does that make sense? So again, specify this, on what you're trying to do. I had a question this past week about a sewer rehab project, and they were asking because their LMISD is below the 51%, and they're trying to do some sewer rehab in specific areas where they believe their LMI meets. Yes, you could do the local income survey, okay, for that. And that's a limited clientele activity. But if you start putting a pump station, a treatment plant in there, then that's when you're going to have some problems. All right, so yes, let's go hit this a little bit. Again, there's two methods. The method is method one is area. You're using the LMISD data from HUD. This is published information, so therefore the federal government says your project area already meets the LMI for that. So, and that's the preferred method for your LMI determination is method one. There's no restrictions on our application for types of projects and requiring like a survey or not. It's just based off of what you're seeing in your community. If method one meets the criteria, you don't need to do anything further. However, if you do believe you need to do a local income survey, you need to use HUD income limits. This is method two, HUD income limits. The latest has already been published for 2026. So your survey must be within 18 months of the application. We do have English and Spanish templates on our website to do that survey. And we do account for occupied, vacant, above income, and non-responsive households. That is accounted for in your survey. And I'll discuss that in a little bit more in detail. Now, there's a margin of error requirement for your survey, and our tabulation sheet will calculate that when we get there. There's two sample sizes. If you have a sample size of greater than 30 and less than 30. And the tabulation sheet will do the right equation for either one. There are four methods for doing a survey: door-to-door, mail, online, and telephone. So you determine how best to do your survey and what meets your needs to get this information. Okay, so this is LMISD. This is if you're trying to use the HUD data here. There's several ways to go. This is the primary way you'll do it here. Number one is you have a project that's occurring in somewhere in North Carolina. Here, the example here, I have something happening in Fountain, whatever that project is, okay? That's number one, identify number one. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to the HUD, number two, the HUD published interactive map application. You're going to go to this application. It's on site. The link is in our Appendix A. And then you're going to type in, you notice there's like local government unit, town, municipality, county, and then for here it was Fountain, North Carolina. And then I clicked on where the project location's at, predominantly for the LMISD, which was the number one. This is just an example here. And then the 4 is the map, or the map of this location. And then from 5, you record your LMI. The low mod percentage is 71.5%. So in this area, just in there outside of Fountain, it's 71.5%. You met your LMI for your project area. But if you do need to do an income survey, because this is not marrying up and you think you have it, you can do the income survey per the bullet below. Okay, so let's say your project lands in multiple LMISD locations. Again, I have something just south of Fountain here. There's 2 LMISDs. You cannot average the 2 LMI percentages. HUD requires an equation down here called LMI population divided by the LMI universal population, the sum of those, okay? So you can have like a project area in 2, 3, 4, or 5 LMISDs, whatever it is, like depending on what you're doing. And you gotta sum that up here. This is the equation we use, and I have the tabulation form, and I'll show that here in a bit. Okay. But again, you get this data, you're using the low to mod and the low to mod universal population for each one, and you're going to plug that in, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay, so for income surveys, the requirement, besides just meeting your LMI percentage, the income survey must meet a 90% confidence level. And so your margin of error has to be below 10%, or the margin of error for the LMIS, for your HUD data where the LMISD is located at. If your LMISD has a margin of error of less than 10%, that's your criteria. Your margin of error has to be below that for your project, okay? But if your margin of error for your LMISD is above 10%, this is a requirement you have to meet, is a 10% requirement. The exception is if you're doing any connections and you want to fund with CDBGI funds, you have to have 100% LMI for each connection in order for us to fund that. Okay, so again, for your LMISD, that's requirement for 10% margin of error. If it's you want to check, you go to your LMISD block group I just talked about earlier, find that data, find your location. You're going to see here for this area for Onslow County, somewhere in Onslow County, I can't remember what it is, but they had a 20% margin of error. That 20% is for that. If your requirement for your survey is 10%, you have to be below 10%. But if this was below 10%, that would be your margin of error requirement. Now, we do account for, in our tabulation sheet, abandoned lots. They will reduce your sample size, but you need to provide a documentation, tax data, utility rates, like utility payments that are not paid for, or all the documentations that I highlighted in Appendix A for your abandoned lots. So if there are abandoned lots in your project area, we do account for that in your income survey. Okay, so we have a tabulation workbook. There are 5 tabs for this. There's the first one's tab 1's instructions. Tab 2 is the multiple LMISD. Tab 3 is the LMI information. That's the tabulation sheet for your income survey. Tab 4 is demographics, and tab 5 is connections for 1F scoring purposes as well. Okay, so this is the tab where you need to submit if your project is within multiple LMISDs. Again, you'll need to provide the block group, census tract, county, and then the low to mod for each column. So right here, the low to mod population and low to mod universal population. The spreadsheet will sum both up, and then it'll calculate your LMI percentage down here. If you see in yellow, the low to mod for your project, and it'll do all this automatically. You just got to put the data in and provide this sheet with your LMISD data and with your project map. Make sure you please sign this form. Now, if you're doing an income survey, you'll use this tabulation sheet for your project area, okay? Keep in mind that what we're trying to do here is we're doing 2 things. One, we're calculating your margin of error on the lower left and your local and your LMI for your project, okay? If you see the color codes, like red goes to survey number. Yellow is to persons of survey. You have your blue, which is the vacant lots. The red is the non-responsive. You do have to record non-responsive. And then down here is the gray, the abandoned lots. It's down here that your net sample size will start to be reduced from there. And that's your net sample size for this. And it'll do your calculations for your margin of error. Please do not make any changes to what's in gray, like population deviation, do not make any changes there. What you need to do is just make all your updates left and right of that gray area. That's being used to calculate your margin of error for your population. Okay. Please provide down here in this deep blue, dark blue, this is the link down here that provides you for the HUD data. You just need to find your margin of error for your for that LMISD, and you put that in there, and it'll do the check both off of your survey data and that LMISD margin of error. Okay, if it met the criteria. If it does, it'll just turn it green down here, true, and you can use your LMI that you got from your income surveys. Okay. Make sure you sign this tabulation form as you submit this to the division. Okay. Okay. So what do we need for your income surveys? You know, definitely we need to understand your methodology, if it's going to be area or local income survey, and we can pretty much identify that based off the information you're providing. The LMI area for your project map, please provide that and provide that LMISD. Now that HUD data, you can actually go from you can zoom into your project area down to almost like the rows for it. But just if you're going to do that, just provide the bigger area so we know where you're at in your area or in your LGU or municipality. For other documentation, once you submit that, the documentation for the area benefit, the bottom line, if you're just doing area benefit, we just need your LMISD. For limited clientele, we need to see all your surveys forms. You need to provide a division tabulation form that I just discussed earlier, as well as your LMISD data for your project area, so we make sure we're checking for margin of error. Make sure all your surveys are signed and you account for your abandoned lots, okay? Make sure you provide that information to us. All right, so next thing is public hearing. This is the next item that's a federal requirement for CDBGI program, is a public hearing. Our Appendix B is really good, I think. It provides a lot of the requirements that you need to meet and guidance on there. I do want to highlight to you as the notice window, what you need to put in your notice. It cannot go into the legal section of a newspaper. Just do not put it in there. Try to make it where it's somewhere else for your notice in the paper. The other is your window, okay? It cannot be 10 days before, within at least 10 days before your public hearing, and it can't be like 25 days out. So there's that sweet spot where you need to put your advertisement in the local paper. And then provide the meeting minutes of the public hearing. Okay, so for the assembly checklist, okay, trying to get ahead of the documents you need and trying to make sure everything aligns. This checklist is on page 21 of our guidance, but it basically highlights all the requirements by tab of how to prepare and present your application to the division for review. So for tab 1, the resolution, you can also on the checklist, if you see here, resolution apply, PRS page 12. That's prior rating system for CDBGI. You go there on page 12 and it'll show you what you need to provide for us. And so forth. So it references the specific page numbers within our guidance for each of the tabs. Okay, but again, you'll see, like I talked about before, at the bottom here, you'll find all of your documents in these tabs or links to if it's SAM.gov, a link to SAM.gov to do your registration, to HUD, get your income limits and so forth. But everything this checklist mirrors the CDBGI additional forms, okay? But you'll prepare all your documents on tab 1, tab 2, as specified, and that's what this checklist is doing for you, okay? Just keep in mind that there is one thing called the applicant's capacity letter. It's required on a local government unit letterhead, and our guidance specifies what you need to put in that applicant's letter, okay? All right, submission of the CDBGI application. Yes, we are still requiring a hard copy. So please submit that hard copy to us by the suspense date, along with your digital submission to Laserfish. We do require those signatures, so please provide those. What are your questions?
I have a question from online.
Okay.
See that private water sewer connections are eligible for funding. Is complete rehabilitation of private side service lines eligible?
Okay, so private, like again, if you're doing private services and you're doing like a hookup, you got to meet the application purpose points. But if it's for your service connection, they must meet LMI. We do fund from the sewer line to the residents. So answer. Any other questions? All right. Asset inventory. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna rearrange our agenda a little bit. We're gonna move ahead to lead service line replacement, and then we'll come back to AIA.
One note, I've heard that we don't seem to be connected for sound through the room, mostly through the computer. So if you move around, it gets harder to hear.
So
Just try to stay.
I'll stay here.
Yep.
Okay. And the microphone being in the laptop?
I think that's what it seems to
Okay.
be. Yep. I thought we were
All right.
connected to the room. But
Well, again, good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Giacchini. I'm the program manager, so to speak, for the, well, this is not my program, though. So I need to scroll through this real quick. There you go. For the lead service line replacement funding program. Oh, and you know that. What do you want to do? I'm gonna go ahead. So you have. Okay, sorry. For those who are not in the room, the presenter of the previous segment just came in the room, but I will continue. So let's get started. All right. First, a little brief history about this program with the amounts that North Carolina received from federal government, from EPA, 5 consecutive fiscal year allotments for North Carolina. The slide shows the total allotment, what for each allotment is available for projects, for funding projects. The difference being money that goes to program that we call, set aside money that goes to technical assistance program, program administration, and other activities still related to lead service line replacement and inventory conducted by the department. You probably noticed that going from the first 3 fiscal year allotments to the 4th one in 2025, there was a notable decrease in the funding North Carolina received. And that is the result of the first round of lead and copper rule inventories that were submitted in October of 2024 that basically indicated that, at least based on those inventory that every water system in North Carolina had to conduct, the extent, the magnitude of the problem of lead in service line in North Carolina was not as high or as severe as was originally anticipated. Wow. we were fortunate enough that other states did not use their early or portion of their early allotments, or they turned them down. Whatever the case, there was some reallotment that were so there's funds that were available to apply for reallotment, and North Carolina did apply, and we are standing to receive, as you can see, about 46 additional $1 million for this program. So with the reallotments, the original allotment, the reallotments, right now, the funding, the pool of funding that we are pulling forward for current applications is the let's call it the fiscal year 2025. But again, with those reallotments for previous fiscal years. So we started this calendar year with about $79 million. Of those, about 36 were already awarded in April and July. And what is available for the next two funding round for this year is approximately $41 million. One step back, just a reminder, this funding program is based on a rolling application. So we have 5 funding rounds per year, okay, as indicated, the part indicated by this slide. So what we do is basically we divide the available funding so that each of the remaining funding rounds, looking ahead, has a, let's say, comparable amount of money available. And you'll notice that TBD on the bottom row for December 26th, since we have already received the CAP grant for fiscal year 2026, if when we get to the December round, the demand for funds for project, lead service line replacement project, exceed the available funds, we're going to be able to consider adding to the available funds from the 2026 CAP grant. So, who can apply for these projects? Basically, any units of local government, private water utilities, either nonprofit or investor-owned, and for projects that must consist exclusively of activities either leading to the replacement of any lead service lines from water service connections, or activities to identify and identify this lead service lines in the system and plan for their replacement. Up until now, well, I should say about a few months ago, the replacement that was eligible was only for components of the water service connection, basically the service line itself, and if you would, the connector associated with it, connecting the service line to the water main. Recently, it's not been a year yet, EPA has relaxed a little bit that restriction and opened the door to the possibility of including what they just define as integrated components. Integrated components basically are other components of the water service line, such as, for example, the service meter or pressure reducing valve, that would be not practical to, that would make it impractical, excuse me, would make it impractical to remove and replace the lead service line without also replacing and removing and replacing those components, okay? So the scope of eligible activities has therefore widened, opened up a little. However, these integrated components have to be located in disadvantaged areas. So not every meter or valve that's associated with lead service lines to be replaced is eligible for replacement under the funding program. And this next slide illustrate better what a typical water service connection for residential service is like. Basically, in the generality of cases, you're going to have a utility-owned portion of that service connection and the customer-owned portion. The funding program requires that if lead is identified on both portions, on both sides, the utility-owned and the customer-owned, it has to be removed and replaced on both sides. The utility cannot replace only the side that they own and not replace also the one on the customer. The funding is available for that. It's understood, realize that yes, the customer-owned portion typically is the responsibility of the property owner, but in this case, if lead is identified on the customer side and has to be replaced, and therefore the funding is available. The service line that is subject to be replaced basically stop at the premises, stop at the building, at the structure. Nothing inside the premises is eligible for replacement. What this illustration is shown as the premise plumb. The exception to that would be if the service meter was located inside the premise. This illustration looks like it's located in the basement. But that, my understanding is that is not a very common occurrence. And so probably, all the replacements in North Carolina will stop at the foundation of the house. In our program, we allow it to extend to a distance from the structure that is safe, that does not put the integrity of the structure at risk. So it could be a few feet, does not have to extend all the way into the foundation of the house if that is not safe for the structure. On the other hand, that service line on the left, where you see the water main, there is a connector which, if is identified to be of lead, it's also eligible for replacement, regardless of its length. The lead and copper rule define connectors as lead service lines if they are made of lead, but they also 3 feet long, 3 feet in length or longer. For the purpose of our funding program, the length of that connector is not relevant. If it's less than 3 feet, it's still eligible for funding as if it was part of the service line. Um, when the replacement is taking place, we require that documentation is collected of the before and after the replacement situation. So please document that and put it in your budget. And when preparing an application, put in your budget that we require documentation, connection by connection. Every individual connection that gets some work done has to be documented. And this is also a requirement relating to Copper Rule revision and improvement. So we're not asking for anything that water system doesn't have to do already. We offer flexibility in how to pay for the work done on the private property, on the customer side of the service line. So we will consider work done by plumbing contractors, perhaps selected by the property owners themselves, and that, of course, turn their invoices, their bill to the utility. Those would be eligible costs under this program. Talking a little bit about the type of funding. It's a loan program, so it's not a grant. So what we have is an interest rate that is set at 0%. We have a portion that can be forgiven. So we talk about principal forgiveness. And on the repayable portion of the loan, the repayment time varies from 20 years for those projects that include the replacement of service lines to 5-year repayment term for the projects that only include inventorying activities with no replacement. So no need to enter into construction contracts. For the principal forgiveness, to determine the eligibility of an application project for principal forgiveness, we use the same criteria as other SRF funding programs use, such as the drinking water or the wastewater SRF. So we consider affordability criteria that apply to the applicant, to the community, the town, the local government, the water district, and are based on community size, water and sewer rates, economic indicators such as poverty rates, unemployment rates, population change, etc. Or if the applicant, the affordability criteria apply to the applicant, do not earn any principal forgiveness, there is still a possibility to earn principal forgiveness through demonstration that the project will benefit a disadvantaged area, obviously inside the service area of the app. For principal forgiveness, there is an initial cap of $1 million or whatever the project has, basically is eligible for based on the requested funding amount. However, we have the possibility, sometimes we have the availability of funds that allow us to exceed the nominal amount of principal forgiveness, and by exceeding the cap, and first to meet the eligible amount, but sometimes also go beyond that and basically grant more in terms of percent of the loan than what the eligibility of the application is. The funds are disbursed at cost incurred. So collect your invoices and submit as soon as you can, and we can start make disbursement of the money. And being a SRF program, some of the conditions that are associated with the SRF programs apply also to the lead service line replacement program. And they are namely the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage rates, American Iron Steel, and Build America, Buy America. Now, it is to be noted that because of the nature of these conditions, you will see that if there is no construction involved, if there are no materials to be purchased and to be installed, so if the project is limited to inventorying activities with no replacement, those conditions apply, but actually there are no there's no way to actually implement them. So these conditions only, these requirements apply only to replacement projects. There is a reserve that we establish for each funding round to make sure that inventory projects will have, there will be enough money for inventory projects to fund the inventory project that we receive applications for. I have to say that since the beginning of this program, we never met that reserve. So after all the inventory applications are funded, there is still money from that reserve that we can use for other type of projects. And since we've been talking about types of projects, let's look at exactly what we have. Basically, three type of projects. Either projects that aim at replacing known lead service lines. In other words, whatever inventory activities have been conducted up to that point by the utility have led to identification of lead service line or galvanized service line requiring replacement or lead connectors. So there is no need for any further discovery, investigation, inventorying activities. Those lines are ready to be replaced. For that, there is a $5 million cap per applicant per funding round, meaning the same applicant could have 2 or more applications of this kind, and if they combine, they don't exceed $5 million, they can both get funded. The second type of project is a find and replace project, which basically has 2 parts. The scope has 2 main parts. The first one is to confirm the construction materials of some service lines that have been previously identified in inventory activities as potentially containing lead or requiring replacement. So the first part of the project consists of field verification of the service lines, whereas the second part of the project is to replace whatever lines turned out to actually contain lead or requiring replacement. So I would say for this type of project, the scope is much better delineated for the first part, for the find part. When it comes to the replacement part of the project, there's a lot of uncertainty because you don't know what you're going to find yet. So for that, there is a funding cap of $2 million per applicant per round, not per application, per applicant per round. And we put a limit to $1 million to in your budget for the replacement part, so that there is going to be at least $1 million, if not more, available for the material verification for the first part of the project. The third type of project is the inventory only. So at this point, there's only investigation that you're planning to do. You're not planning to replace anything yet. For that, there is a $1 million cap per applicant per round. Again, those federal conditions, Davis-Bacon, American Iron Steel, and BABA typically do not apply to these type of projects. These caps, it's also interested in to know can be exceeded if after all the eligible applications have received their requested amount. Excuse me, the amounts that they're eligible for. If there is any funding still available for that funding round, we can exceed those caps. First in $500,000 increment to meet the cap, and then beyond that, if the application requests an amount exceeding the cap. Priority rating system for this program. It's based on 3 categories. As you can see in the slide, the category 3 system management is not used for this program. So for category 1, we have 3 line items, 1, A, B, and C. It is important that the application qualifies for category 1 points. In other SRF funding programs, if the application does not qualify, does not earn category 1 points, it loses eligibility for principal forgiveness. Under this program, if the application does not qualify for project purpose points, is not eligible for funding, period. So category 1 is based strictly on the type of project that we were just seeing a moment ago. So the highest priority go to project that replace lead service line. Then comes the final replace type of project, and finally the inventory projects. Project benefits. This is limited to the project addressing and or resolving exceedances of the lead action level. So there are 5 points available if the project not only addresses but also resolve, typically by removing the lead. So the lead where it's causing the exceedance in the service line, or if it doesn't, it limits the scope to a investigation, but without replacement. And finally, category 4, again, category 3 is now used for this by this funding program. Category 4, affordability. You will see from this slide that if it looks familiar, it's because it's visually identical to the slide that you have seen earlier today for other funding programs. Notice the line item 4C4 at the bottom of the slide for project benefiting disadvantaged areas. An application can only get for 4C. It can only get points for 1 4C line item. So either 4C1 or 2 or 3 or 4. If the application qualifies for for C4, but also qualifies for any of the other 3 line item points because of the LGU indicators, the application in terms of points will receive the highest of the 2. But it is important that in an application, if the project does benefit disadvantaged areas, the claim is made and the supporting documentation is provided with the application, even if the application will get, for example, 7 points from 4C3, because qualifying for 4C4 may also be the way to qualify for principal forgiveness for the application. So please don't discount 4C4 as a line item because there are some potential benefits associated with that. Finally, a reminder that this funding program being based on a rolling application, the application form to use is the one for rolling applications. I don't know how, if you can see from this slide, on the header, the 3rd line from the top says rolling application. This is the application form that has to be used for the lead service line replacement program. And it's available on our website at the address shown in the slide. And I think that was my last slide. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So, eligibility for the IIJA lead service line replacement program is limited to disadvantaged areas.
No. The question is, should I repeat the question? Okay. The question was, is the eligibility under the IIJA program limited to disadvantaged area? That is the eligibility. The answer is no. The short answer is no. The long answer is the eligibility is associated with the disadvantaged area for their integrated components, or what has been defined as integrated components. So, service lines anywhere, disadvantaged or not, they're eligible for funding. Integrated components such as service meters, PRVs, pressure rerouting valves, only if they are eligible for replacement, only if they are located in disadvantaged areas.
Thank you for that clarification. Then my follow-up is, you're distinguishing disadvantaged areas from VUR system.
No. Disadvantaged areas, VUR systems are associated with units of local government designated distressed. Disadvantaged area could be a disadvantaged area of a service area of a private utility. This distress system does not apply to private utilities, only for units of local government. And also the designation of distress, and here my colleague Matt can be much more precise about it. The designation of distressed unit, it's generally associated, yes, with socioeconomic and financial condition, but not limited to that.
Let me ask a related question then, which is, would you guys be interested in including VUR system as proof of disadvantage? I think it's a step too far, but I want to.
Okay. The question is, would the division be interested in considered, I imagine what you call VUR system is distress system.
Yeah,
Okay, as disadvantaged area. No. However, one thing that I did not mention, maybe I would be interested in considering including in the training for the next application round, is if this piece of information that units that are designated distressed do qualify for 100% principal forgiveness under this program.
Can I add to that?
Yes. Can I say no to you?
So just if you're looking in the intended use plan, for lead service line, we said disadvantaged areas are basically anybody that qualifies for principal forgiveness. So the same rules. If you qualify for principal forgiveness at all, you're a disadvantaged community, you qualify for what Dave was talking about. Which part of it is if you're a distressed utility, there are other things that have to happen for you to qualify as a disadvantaged community as well. So just the fact that you're a distressed utility under the Viable Utilities Program does not automatically make you a disadvantaged community but if you qualify for principal forgiveness, you basically qualify for that criteria.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Any other questions? Well, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, y'all. Let me get back to top of the AIAs. All right, perfect. Pardon the delay there. David, thanks for stepping in real quick. Going to talk today a little bit about AIAs, asset and inventory and assessment grants, and merger regionalization feasibility studies. AIAs will be first, then we'll get into MRFs. I'm Matthew Rushing, manage the programs for the division. Been around for a while. Hopefully, most faces here are familiar. Online, certainly ping any questions and gladly answer along the way. So this round as you heard earlier this morning, we have state reserve funding only for AIA and MRF grants. The only material change, which hopefully is celebrated, the AIA limit for the state reserve programs has been increased as of the latest state budget from this past year from $150,000 to $225,000 every 3 years, and then same conditions apply. So we're talking $225,000 per AIA grant funded out of the state reserves for this fall round. That is limited to each local government unit's utility. So if you have a drinking water system and a wastewater system, you can apply for individual, so effectively 2 AIA grants to cover both systems. The state reserve program, if you're a non-distressed funding recipient, has a local match requirement. It's in increments of 5%, from 5 to 20%, and that's based on the number of local government unit indicators that you exceed or are worse than the state benchmark. So if you are worse than all 5 of the benchmarks, you will have a 5% match. If you are, I believe it's 2 or fewer, you'll have a 20% match. And that is only for the non-distressed recipients. Lastly, for eligibility, through the state reserves, AIAs are limited to utilities with 10,000 or fewer residential connections. So that means if you likely perhaps received an ARPA-funded AIA, we did not have the 10,000 residential connection limit, and through the Viable Utility Reserve, there is not that residential connection limit. So we're talking really the small systems applying for AIA funding through the state reserves. There are some notes about ways to kind of get around that limit within proper eligibility, and it's all listed in the priority rating system, so certainly encourage you all to read that. I will be referring to that often. But the one carve out, and they're effectively 2, but it gets at the same intent, is that if y'all had recently applied, a large system that typically would not be eligible has recently merged with a smaller system that would be eligible, the large system can apply on behalf of the small system to do that asset inventory and assessment work, help facilitate the merger. And similar to the other merger timelines that we've updated for all of our funding, that must have occurred within the last 5 years. We need proof of the merger, that MOU or interlocal agreement transferring the assets, or if you're the other kind of carve out within this space is if you are planning to merge soon, you need to provide a draft commitment to merge from both parties, and that will serve for the same purpose. So typically the applicant, 10,000 or fewer residential connections, the exception being if a merger has recently occurred or will soon occur, the larger, typically not eligible system can apply on behalf of the smaller, typically eligible system. So I wanted to call that out. For AIA grants, every AIA grant must include some amount of inventory of the assets and some amount of condition assessment of those assets in a proper risk assessment. Beyond that, as long as your project includes both of those components at a non-zero dollar amount, we can fund through the AIA other asset management programming aspects. That could be establishing capital rehab replacement and O&M costs and plans that revolve around that. Creating a prioritized list of projects, so that full proper capital improvement plan. Preparing a realistic CIP, hopefully informed by the risk assessment, the rehab replacement plan, and then whatever those thresholds that the local government may have for capital versus just ongoing regular costs that they can pay for. And that CIP should be 10 years at a minimum. Understanding some situations may suggest a shorter time frame, but 10-year CIP is the standard. And then lastly, through the state reserves, the only type of rate study we can fund through the State Reserve AIA is effectively once you've gotten a complete asset management plan and your utility wants to understand how are you going to pay for it. We have guidance on our website that covers rate studies. The main piece is that full cost pricing model, which effectively says we will not take out any more grants to fund our projects. What is it going to cost our customers? You can go as extreme as having all of those capital costs being paid solely through revenue generated from user rates and fees. That would certainly be an extreme example. I think most utilities require some debt financing, but ultimately the goal and the intent is to make sure that the rates you're establishing for your utility, they will support the needs identified through the asset management plan, and it will show a reduced reliance on grant or subsidized funding. Otherwise, if you come and apply for just solely a rate study through the state reserves with no inventory, no assessment, nothing related to asset management other than that full cost pricing, that will be categorically ineligible through the state reserves. There's a link to our website below. Certainly suggest opening that up, that asset inventory and assessment grants page. Again, it has the guidance document for how all AIAs must be carried out. It's called the Water and Wastewater Utility Asset Assessment Guidance, I believe. And then we also have a rate study guidance that helps educate and then get down to what that full cost pricing rate structure would look like. So that's the high level of SRP AIAs for this round. Again, the main change, $225,000 per grant limit effective for this fall 26 round. Otherwise, the match is still in place for non-distressed recipients. There's always a 1.5% fee, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And then if the applicant has 10,000 or fewer residential connections or a larger system's applying on behalf of a system that has 10,000 or fewer residential connections, those are eligible. Otherwise, large systems encouraged to seek funding elsewhere. So as far as required components for the application, have two little sections here. The top section must be submitted with the application in order for us to consider it complete and get through the actual scoring process. So if you fail to submit or submit a completed version of the top 4 items, your application will not be reviewed. It will be deemed incomplete, and you will be asked to reapply the next round with the full application. So that's, of course, the application forms, the resolution authorizing the application from the governing board of the applicant, the fund transfer certification form, plenty of notes earlier in the slides, common errors, folks not checking a box or folks checking multiple boxes. Just check one box and you'll be fine as long as it's properly certified. And then lastly, the narrative question responses. We don't need the actual scorecard. The scoring is a little subjective, more so than on the construction. So we don't need the scorecard, but we certainly need you to submit that narrative that answers the questions that are in the priority rating system. The 2 items that are required for scoring, but are not required for completion, are the financial information form. That's so we can verify the operating ratio points and values to determine the points, rather, in the priority rating system. And then your applicable rate sheets. So if you're applying for a drinking water AIA, make sure the rate sheet you provide has the drinking water rates on it. Same for the wastewater. If you don't submit those, you just won't get points for those line items, but we still will score everything else. Your application will be just a little behind, given that's effectively, I believe, 6 points available, or 4 points available for those 2 items. So the 4 required items again: application form, resolution, fund transfer certification, and the narrative responses that must be submitted with every application. And then the financial information form and rate sheets are explicitly required for points, but not necessarily completeness. So here is the same priority rating system that we've had for state reserves, and by extension, when we do have VUR funds, for VUR funded AIAs as well. 24 points max out for the AIA priority rating system. 8 of those points, so a third, is weighted on the project benefits. That is, what are your top 3 challenges and what are the benefits of getting an AIA, and how will those challenges be addressed through the AIA. There are 2 column bonus points if your system has been identified as distressed. It will not bump up your cap in category 1 to 10, but it will get you up to 8 if you're short just through the challenges alone. So 8 total points in category 1, that's a third of the total points. System management has the biggest weight, that is 12, so half of the points in the AIA application is built around the system management discussion. And the goal here is to understand what your system is already doing, how is it set up to run an asset management program. And so points are rewarded for good management practices. If you have your own GIS system and your project is to update your existing GIS, make sure that when you're talking about your asset management team, you include the GIS folks on that team. If your project is going to do a lot of sanitary sewer evaluations and try to figure out where overflows are occurring, make sure the ORC that will be tasked with following through on what's identified is on that asset management team. So make sure that there is that connectivity between the challenges you discuss in category 1 and the members of your team that are going to support the project. If you say are doing a lot of GIS, but your system does not have its own GIS capabilities, you will likely get more points if you include a public or private partner, mostly public, thinking counties and COGS most typically, to provide that GIS support. That shows that you are filling the gaps that your system, your staff cannot provide directly, and it will help obviously support the project. So certainly encourage y'all, if you are small staff systems, reach out to COGS, reach out to your counties, see how they can support your asset management needs. And if they're so inclined, include them on the team to show that full range of technical, managerial, and financial capacity as part of the team managing the asset management program. So that's generally what we want to see discussed in System 2 or in System Management Category 2. Again, up to 12 points are available, so that's half. A lot of weight is put on that. So certainly read the priority rating system and the scoring rationale to get a sense of what a good response should entail. Category 3, affordability. So we're looking at the same type of way we calculate the rates per 5,000 gallons for our construction projects. So there's no distinction there. As expected, the higher the rate, the more likely higher points will be awarded. And then for the local government unit indicators, it's the same 5 indicators that we use for all of our other programs. If, again, you have 3 or fewer that are worse than the state benchmark, you will get 0. 4 of 5, you'll get 1 point. And 5 of 5 indicators will be 2 points. And then effectively, the more indicators you have that are worse, that lower the match percentage is on the AIA grant. So that's how we determine that. It'll certainly will make you aware of what that match is with the letter of intent to fund after SWIA awards the funding. So real quick, 3 categories: project benefit, cap of 8 points, system management for category 2, a cap of 12 points, and then affordability, a cap of 4 points. So again, a lot of emphasis on that system management practices. Systems that tend to already have good system management practices tend to score better in the AIA priority rating system. So I'll go through a little briefly here the various categories and the narrative responses. So as I mentioned, 3 categories. There are 8 questions and there are 4 calculations. Please respond in the same order of the guidance. If you choose to take a more prose and true narrative response where you're blending responses to each question in a well thought out 1-3-1 type of paper, that's not going to help us. We're simple state employees. Please respond to the answers to the questions in the order they appear, and then go to the next question and then respond in kind. Always have to point that out. There's always someone who wants to take a more creative approach to responding to the questions. We do ask you go one by one through the priority rating system. So category 1, here are the questions that we want you to answer regarding project benefits. So we want you to discuss the top 3 challenges your system faces in the next 5 years and how an asset inventory and assessment grant will benefit and hopefully provide some understanding of you getting ahead and resolving those challenges. Those challenges must directly relate to benefits of an asset inventory and assessment grant, and certainly consider all of those other planning documents you have when devising and writing up your application. For instance, if you have a wellhead protection program and you know that you have some wells that are starting to go dry, and so you're trying to figure out how to secure additional capacity for the future. Doing investigations to figure out where new wells can be drilled is not asset management. That is sure more capacity management. But understanding perhaps why those wells are running dry, what your true capacity needs now and in the future are, that can play and be tied directly to asset management. So it can get a little nuanced when you get down into the weeds. We don't want to fund and cannot fund through AIA's pre-construction planning projects where you're going out trying to identify where a new line is going to be run, how it's going to get constructed. That's beyond asset management. But asset management can help you identify where there are bottlenecks in your systems and how you can just change your management practices, maybe with some infrastructure investment, but hopefully more of a change in management practices than a change in actual, how your system is connected. So we sometimes see pre-construction planning grants submitted in the guise of asset management, but identifying the location of a new treatment plant goes beyond asset management. So if you have any questions along those lines, we're in the thick of it daily, so we'll be happy to help discuss that with y'all. So the challenges must relate to asset management, your ongoing O&M, your ongoing capital improvement planning, and then, obviously down at the end of the line, some effect and understanding of how your rate structure supports the needs and goals that your system's identified. Second piece of category 1 is discussing your past asset management and capital planning efforts. We want to understand how they were financed. If you have an ongoing AIA, please discuss how this project is going to build on that and make it clear to us throughout the narrative. There are several pieces that you can fill us in, what your system has learned and is doing with that information. We know that there are many ARPA-funded AIA projects that will be wrapping up at the end of this year. If you're applying for a continuation of that project in this fall, the best chance to get funding is to make sure we understand what you're doing with that current ARPA-funded AIA, what you've learned, and then again, how this is going to build on it. If not, we will assume you have learned little to nothing unless you tell us. So please make sure you fill us in on what you've done in the past. And then lastly, for those extra bonus 2 points for designated distress systems only, certainly discuss the steps already taken or underway that help you meet the statutory requirements, whether that's your bump training requirement, whether you've already done an asset inventory and assessment grant in the past, and then how this is going to carry that forward, update, bring the information current. If you've done a rate study and it was based on a preliminary AIA, and now you want to go back through, develop a full asset management plan, tell us about all that as well. And there's a good chance your application will be seen in a better light because we understand that you understand. So the more you can tell us about what's going on, the better. So category 2, system management. As I said, this is 12 points. So really good area of emphasis, and it's where we often see projects made or not made into an actual funded project. So the first question is discussing your internal asset management team. We want to know who, the actual people involved on the team, their position, their title within the utility, their experience. Saying that they have 20 years of experience because they've lived in the town their whole life is great. But what experience do they have in asset management? Have they ever run a work order management system? Have they ever gone out to perform sewer line cleaning or smoke testing on their own? Tell us that experience as it pertains to asset management. If there's any training and certifications that the people hold, operators should be up to date on their current operator certification classes. Let us know what that is, and if that's the case. If your finance officer is fresh out of college and doesn't have their CPA yet, that will have some different implications if your project is doing a rate study than a system that does have a well-defined financial team and wants to develop a capital improvement plan. As far as the team goes, for those folks, we want you to discuss their current and future duties on the team. So say during the project, the operator, the techs, the whole wastewater staff, all 2 of them, they're going to go ride around with the consultant. They'll be the ones to open manholes, press the buttons in lift stations for flow testing and pump drawdowns. So tell us what they're going to do, how they're going to contribute to the information gathering during the project, and tell us what they're going to do afterward. If you're AIA, you want to set up, say, a new work order management system, please discuss how your staff is going to use that after the project. That is a key piece for us to understand the likelihood of success for this grant. The second piece, the second question in this category 2 system management is about the rate setting practice. The 2 ways you can get the maximum 2 points for this question are either you must provide a copy of your capital improvement plan and show and discuss projects that you've completed on that CIP and have that affirmation that the CIP is used to help do that annual rate setting review that every utility must be doing. If you're using your CIP and you can show us you are using it and having it inform your rate setting practices, that is 2 points. The other way to get the full 2 points is if your utility, say, has a flat rate structure, we charge everyone $30, doesn't matter how much they use. And in the last couple of years, you went to a base cost plus an incremental per volume cost, that can get you 2 points as well. We want to incentivize those good system management practices, and more conservation of your resources is certainly a good system management practice, short of having a CIP. We would love for you to have a CIP and get the points that way. But if you do not, and you recently changed your rate structure to something that does further incentivize water conservation, you can get the full 2 points there. We certainly want your old rate structure, a copy of that rate sheet, and your new rate structure, and give us an understanding of, kind of why did that change occur. Hopefully it should be obvious. We weren't making enough revenue through the flat fee, so we knew we needed to make a big investment, and this is how we're going to do it. So again, 2 points, and they're probably two of the most discussed points in our application process. So be sure to include that. Next piece for system management, last couple questions. As I mentioned, we want to understand how the team is going to use and manage the data to address the system challenges. So if you're developing a work order management system, tell us what your priorities are, how you're going to use it. Does it talk to your financial system so that anytime the tech goes out and they notice that 5 valves in this certain area of the distribution system need to be replaced, that they can log it in, and then that cost can automatically be attributed to a budget or financial ledger. That would be the extreme everything is interconnected case. But for the management of the data, again, talking about the GIS example, make sure that that GIS team is discussed and it's understood what their responsibilities are going to be after the project as well. This is not just information that gets put into a database and no one uses again. Hopefully you're using it. Tell us how you're going to use it and keep the information up to date. Certainly, yeah. So the comment in the room that rural water provides GIS information and data collection for small utilities. We know SERCAP does, a lot of folks do. And if it's a cost that I guess comes out of membership dues, that's great. You're going to get more bang for your buck by then hiring a consultant to then take those next steps, do the real engineering on it. So very complementary. We know our resource partners provide a lot of similar and related work that systems can't do on their own. So if rural water is designated to be on your team for your usage and management, by all means, please include them. But provide us with that understanding that here's how they're adding that extra value to your utility and to your asset management practices, not necessarily just they're going to collect the data and then hand it off. Anyone can do that. But we want to understand how it's integrated into your asset management program for your utility. And then lastly, in system management, the operating ratio. So again, provide your financial information form. That's the way that you get these points. If all the ORs from the last 3 audited years are above 1, no discussions needed. As long as the financial information form supports the calculation you provide, no discussion needed, you will get the maximum points. If there is an anomaly and one of your ORs is below 1, you must provide a discussion. Otherwise, your point total will be capped for this item at 1 point if there's no discussion. We will certainly take into consideration paying off debt early, unanticipated capital outlays. There are reasons why, just based on our calculation of the OR, it may look like it fell below 1. Please provide a discussion if that's the case. If there is no discussion, you will not be given consideration for the maximum points for this line item. As discussed earlier today, this pertains explicitly to the AIAs as well as all the construction programs. That on your financial information form, if your most recent audit is more than 2 years old, so if it is after or later than that fiscal year 23-24 audit, you will not be considered for any points for this line item. Again, we are here to encourage good system management practices through the priority rating system. Having late audits for the only reason of having not submitted, it will result in 0 points for this line item. So make sure you provide that financial information form to get points. Again, if one of the ORs is less than 1, you must provide a narrative discussion in order to be considered for the maximum points. We have a lot of context, a lot of extra material in our priority rating system. All of our line items have a scoring rationale. Please encourage you to read that to get an understanding of what a good response entails. So lastly, category 3 in the affordability. The first one is to calculate and discuss your water and sewer rates per 5,000 gallons. This is using the same benchmarks that we do for all of our construction programs. Same levels apply. If you're in that top tier, you get the max points. If you're in the middle tier, you get 1 point. And if you're below that, you get 0 points. And then lastly, the number of local government unit indicators. You can use the division's affordability calculator to get a sense of how many indicators for your utility and your LGU are worse or better than the state benchmark. But otherwise, we do not use that affordability calculator. I only call it out here so you can take a look and see what you can expect as far as your points for this line item, as well as the potential match amount if you're not distressed, to give you some anticipation there. So same set of information we use in all of our applications, those rates per 5,000 gallons, and then that LGU indicator list of those 5 indicators. Certainly take a look at those. Usually don't hop all the way through all these sections, so I'll pause right quick. Are there any questions?
There are a couple of questions from online.
Perfect. Yes, let's take the questions.
Has the total allowable grant for a non-distressed system for all AIA plus MRF grants in a 3-year period been increased to be above 400,000 now that the individual grant amounts have increased?
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. So I think generally the question was has the total amount of funding for non-distressed grant recipients changed given the increase in the statutory limits for the SRP, AIAs, and MRFs? I think there's a little confusion there. So the $400,000 limit only pertains to viable utility reserve planning. So we'll set that aside since that's not applicable for this round. As far as the total amount for non-distressed AIAs and MRFs, it's based on what is allowable through the state reserve. So through the state reserve, as of, I think it was July 7th or 8th, when the governor signed the budget, the funding amount for state reserve AIAs per utility, so per system, increased to $225. And then same for MRFs per utility / per system, increased to $75. So I don't know if I answered your question directly, but I don't think the question was completely related to the state reserves.
They can't hear me on the phone. Can you maybe reiterate that with the sound? There is no VUR, and perhaps the 400,000 doesn't apply, but worry about that. It's just what.
Yeah, good point. So Shadi wanted to make sure I reiterate, for this round, we only have the state reserve AIAs and MRFs, and that is the only limits there are what is in 159G, and that's the 225,000 per utility for AIAs and 75,000 per utility for MRFs. So the $400,000 VUR limit doesn't come into play for this round. It's just the state reserve at the new per utility project amounts. Is there another question? All right, perfect.
And a VUR AIA application for both water and sewer was submitted in the spring.
Mhm.
It would be automatically reconsidered. Question is, will we consider it as two separate applications, or do they need to resubmit and split it into two applications for us to look at it that way, now that we're only have SRP and VUR?
Great question. So I'll reiterate the question while I think about it. So the question was, for the spring 26 funding round, when we had just viable utility reserve funding, we had several applications that applied as eligible for both water and wastewater AIAs under the same application. How will those be handled? The question effectively is, how will those be handled for this fall round, given we only have state reserve funding? So at least start with the statutes for state reserves, AIAs, MRFs, and for that matter, construction. The grant, the application, the grant, the project must solely be drinking water or wastewater with no combination. That is per statute through the state reserves. For us reconsidering the VUR applications that had both, this is the one scenario I really hadn't thought of yet.
So my suggestion is they submit it again.
Okay, Shadi's providing some insights. I'll relay.
But if they would want us to reconsider, as long as their budget would split up things, we can figure out how to do it.
Okay.
And we can probably comment.
Okay.
If the budget doesn't really make it clear, we won't really know what they're requesting for drinking water.
Okay. So think that makes sense. So if certainly if you can reapply and break out that application into drinking water and wastewater separately, that would be the ideal case. Understanding there is the new $225,000 per project limit, so you could be in a better position to receive more funding through the state reserve than you would have been eligible through the viable utility reserve, which had that $400,000 cap. However, if you do not want to reapply, if your budget clearly breaks out the drinking water and wastewater costs, I think that will be easy for us to consider effectively one application resulting in two grants, one for drinking water, one wastewater. But if it's not clear, then it may be that just categorically that application is only eligible for $225,000 max for either the drinking water or wastewater system in that previously combined application. Think whoever asked that question, great question. Give me a call and let's certainly help clarify that for you. I haven't talked about the reconsiderations from the spring yet. Was going to save that to the end, so maybe some of that discussion will help feed some thoughts for you. But certainly, please give me a call. Hopefully, we've spoken before, so you have my number. But you can find it on the website if not. Is that it? All right, cool. All right, couple not softballs. So I do appreciate y'all paying attention there. Lastly, on the AIAs, just to round this out for the kind of what's next little look ahead. So once SWEA approves the funding in February for your project, the division will issue a letter of intent to fund. That letter of intent to fund will have 5 project milestones that effectively get us through reviewing the scope, getting the project under contract, all the way through that closeout and final disbursement within 2 years of that letter of intent to fund date. Disbursements do not start until after we've issued the grant agreement. All the first payment items, including the contracts, have been submitted to the division. So we fund the project, just as David emphasized for lead service lines. This is not a check that we cut. This is effectively a reimbursement process. You incur the costs, then submit those costs to the division, and we will disperse them based on eligibility. The new feature, the new requirement for all AIAs and for MRFs as well, is that instead of us just limiting or stopping disbursements at 95% to save that last 5% so we can get the closeout items, we are now having a earlier and additional milestone that is tied to the draft deliverable being submitted and approved by the division. So the new limit is 85% of the AIA grant will be dispersed, or up to 85% will be dispersed before the division gives the approval that the draft deliverable is complete. And ideally, the intent behind this is that the draft deliverable is submitted to us prior to the board being presented with the project's findings. We have certainly encountered many projects who are the reports that we get them after the board presentation are either incomplete, could have used a couple levels of just proofreading, or are completely missing the mark of what we expected to fund. If you say you're developing a 10-year capital improvement plan to address SSOs, that capital improvement plan as part of the deliverable must have projects that address the SSOs. If not, there is a question of eligibility. And so we really want to make sure, and we must make sure, that what the board may be adopting as far as a capital improvement plan was eligible under the grant. So this will help us provide and obviously put the onus on us to do a timely review of that draft deliverable, but also should provide everyone a higher level of confidence that once we do approve it, that what the board may adopt, the funding recipients board may adopt, will be more true and accurate than had we not reviewed it. So that's a new funding requirement. It will be listed in the funding offer whenever the funding offer is issued after the scope approval. And it has a provision that outlines just that. It says disbursements will stop at 85% until the draft deliverable has been approved by the division, which should occur before the board is presented with the project findings. If you're a distressed system, we will also set up during that time after we review the draft deliverable, hopefully before the board meeting if time allows. We will set up a closeout meeting to discuss just what should be expected at that board meeting, but also to help answer any questions prior to that board meeting in case there are concerns about adopting a capital improvement plan that may be aggressive. We certainly want to make sure we get out ahead of any questions that pertain to distress systems. So again, that 85% is new. Otherwise, the milestones have been in place since fall of 2023. And so we're just trying to continue refine that and make sure we're doing our due diligence, and that projects that ultimately do close out, we will have that higher level of confidence that it is fully reimbursable at that time. A couple other funding requirements, mentioned some of these here and there, but just to call them out explicitly. From the letter of intent to fund, the grant period on all AIAs is 2 years. We will allow extensions, but it must be properly justified and documented. There is a 1.5% fee for all AIA grants. That's 1.5% of the actual funded amount. That fee is eligible to be paid and dispersed through the grant, but everyone has to pay the fee first before those disbursements can start. Otherwise, you can certainly pay cash, local funds for that match, and then the full grant will be directly attributed to those eligible costs beyond the 1.5% fee. There is a local match requirement for all non-distressed AIA funding recipients. Again, it is based on those local government unit indicators. We have a full match policy on our website. It's under and embedded in the scope guidance document on that link that I shared earlier. So certainly take a look at that. Couple different ways to meet the match. One is just paying contracted costs with local funds or non-division funds. So say you have a $300,000 project, the division is funding $225,000. that full $75,000 difference can be used to meet the match requirement. The other way to meet the match is in-kind services from the local government unit. Ideally, going back to the priority rating system and the discussion about the asset management team, the staff providing those in-kind contributions should be the same people on your asset management team as they are working on the project alongside the technical assistance provider or alongside the consultant. Again, we have that all outlined in our match policy, which is in the scope guidance. So certainly encourage you to take a look at that and ask us any questions about how to track that, whether the cash or the in-kind version. Additionally, as far as eligible costs, up to 10% of all AIAs can be used to fund and develop new software or purchase equipment for the local government unit. The software and equipment must pertain to asset management and must support and benefit the challenges identified in the application. If your 3 challenges pertain to your water plant and you want to, say, purchase a ground penetrating radar to determine leaks, but your system is already pretty watertight, that's going to be ineligible. The GPR usually used out in the distribution system, and it's used to identify leaks. Well, if you have no leaks, but your project is looking at your water plant, then that GPR would not be eligible in that case. A lot of other ways we can go through those nuances, but 10% of the funds are eligible for software and equipment, must pertain to asset management, and benefit the challenges identified in category 1. Lastly, to close out the project, those last payment items. So we've gotten through the draft deliverable review. You've received our approval. You've requested from 85% to 95% of your grant funds. The last things we will need are listed below. We need that final report. And again, it should be based on the approved scopes and contracts, the executive summary or a copy of the presentation given to the board. The executive summary, make it, the shorter and concise you can make it, the more actionable and informative it will be for the local government unit. It can be a standalone or it can be embedded in the actual report itself. Either way, we'll accept either method. Thirdly, that proof of presentation to the governing board and documentation of any actions taken. 2 ways you can meet that is either approved or certified meeting minutes of when that presentation occurred, or a resolution that either adopts the resulting capital improvement plan, adopts the asset management plan, or even simply just acknowledges that the project was complete to the town's satisfaction. So either certified minutes or resolution, either adopting or at least documenting presentation occurred, the LGU, you're satisfied with the result of the project, and that is part of the last payment items. And then lastly, if your AIA includes updates to existing or creation of new GIS layers, you'll also be required to submit just the files that allow us to determine the service area boundary for your utility, and including any service gaps. If you've been working on an AIA last few years, Shane Beeson manages our GIS system. He will reach out to you directly whenever you're ready to submit that. We don't keep any of that on Laserfish. We just pull enough information to determine your service area boundary. We don't identify or put in our GIS system where sensitive, potentially security-driven information might be in your system. It truly is just the service area boundary and service gaps in that coverage. But only required if your AIA includes GIS. If not, if you're just doing condition and assessment, building an O&M plan, developing a capital improvement plan with no mapping, no GIS requirement will be on your project. So that's the AIA program. Again, 2 new things, the $225,000 per system limit, which is an increase, and the new 85% disbursement limit prior to submitting and our approval of the draft deliverable. Otherwise, everything else has been in place since effectively 2016. Any last questions on the AIs? In the room? Cool. Yes,
I
Rodney.
applaud you for that outline. That's very definitive and holds everybody's feet.
Exactly.
And I like that.
Exactly.
What do you estimate the turnaround review of the agency?
The milestones. So the question in the room: what's the expected turnaround of that milestone number 4, the draft deliverable? The milestone schedule has, I think, 3 months from deliverable submittal to final closeout. So that will be the 3-month period. Thinking 1 month for us to review, get comments out, another month for comments to be responded to, maybe a closeout meeting, a month of buffer space for the board presentation. So I would say within, with all division documents, everything y'all submit to us, the expected turnaround is 30 days. We will have that in place, and then it's just a matter of how extensive or how much it may take to resolve it.
Last question, are asset management plans eligible with this new provision?
Yes, asset management plans are certainly eligible. Asset management plans have always been eligible. The only caveat, there must be some new inventory or update to existing inventory and some condition assessment. But that can truly entail 30% of the project, and then the other 70%, following our online guidance, develop O&M plans and costs, developing that rehab replacement plan, costs associated there, capital improvement plan, asset management specific training, like you're getting a new work order system, having the vendor come in, provide training, that is certainly eligible as well. As long as the project includes some inventory, some assessment, building an asset management plan as the EPA defines is certainly eligible.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, great. Moving on to MRFs. Be a lot of similar themes here, but a few new things as well. So as mentioned earlier, there is the new funding limit for each utility's MRF grant. That is $75,000 every 3 years still. There's always a 1.5% fee, and there is never a match requirement on the MRF grants. The goal of the MRF is to determine the feasibility of potential partnerships to improve, per the statute, economies of scale. It can entail merging, whether that is partial or complete consolidation of at least 2 or more utilities, and it can span any of the organizational, financial, and or operational aspects of those utilities. So that would be more of the extreme case, that full merger acquisition approach. But then there's also regionalization. Regionalization that is either physical interconnection, regional management on the managerial side, maybe a collection of financial management practices as well, putting all the billing for multiple systems under one house. That could work as well, getting into some of the softer type regionalization aspects. But really here we think mostly those physical interconnections, providing regional treatment, regional supply, or regional wastewater collection. But of course, there are many, many options in between: staff sharing, equipment sharing, bulk purchase agreements, anything that improves those economies of scale for the utilities involved are certainly eligible and always have been. If you've been through the MRF programs, they are a lot less rigid in what is allowed, but we just need to make sure that there's going to be some improvement of the economies of scale among the partners as a result of whatever options y'all are looking to explore. Yes. Yes.
So while I was gone, it's like there's a technical corrections bill that passed and stamped of the governor signed that would remove the 3-year limit on the board, become a 4-year. So it's 75,000 per year if the governor signs it. So we can update. then we would consider that in this round. But you might want to explain how the purview.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Shadi. So there is a technical correction bill currently in the governor's office, ready to be signed, that would remove the every 3-year limit for MRF grants specifically. So the statute would could soon read $75,000 limit per LGU utility available every year. So you can start an MRF this year at $75,000, come in next fall, apply for another $75,000 to the same funding recipient, and on until hopefully the merger or regionalization is actually taking place. If that gets signed before SWIA, as with all of our funding rounds, we always we have to be responsive to what is allowed at any given time within the window. SWIA awards all the funding for the fall in February of 2027. If it is the day before SWIA meets and this gets enacted, we will reassess what the priorities for the MRF applications would be, what those eligibilities are. So right now we're operating under the once every 3 years, but certainly if you already have an MRF and want to apply for maybe $75,000 again this year, just to hedge your bets, certainly encourage you to do so. And you would already be in the door in case that provision does take into effect. So again, would remove that every 3-year per utility limit to every year just for the MRF program.
We want to see progress.
Yes.
Additional money.
Yeah, we can go down all the rabbit holes of all those implications, but certainly do not apply for another $75,000 MRF if this 3-year limit gets waived when you already have $50,000 for an MRF, but there's no clear understanding of what's occurred. We want to see and we need to understand that the $75,000 is needed to continue the project because the current $50,000 that you may have received before is insufficient or it's been exhausted perhaps, and y'all are trying to figure out next steps. We only have up to $10 million in all state reserve funds. State reserve funds construction, AIAs, and MRFs. So we are going to be very intentional in making sure that we're not awarding $75,000 additional to someone when it's not clear if the need really is there other than just going after some additional funding. Lot of things to consider with that if that does get into place, but at least right now we're operating under still the old provision, once every 3 years per utility. If that 3-year limit does get removed or changed to every year, we will pivot and be responsive as we try to all the time. So yeah, that just adds another further complication into what is normally a pretty straightforward process. Please give me a call if you have any questions. Be happy to discuss. For MRFs, project details, again, mentioned that these are a little less rigid than AIAs. Asset management is quite well defined by many entities out there. Our program is specifically built on the EPA's asset management model. But when it comes to merging and regionalizing, truly we want to make sure that it's just open to any chance to improve that economy of scale among the partners and the applicant. We require at least one applicant and one partner at the application. That partner can change along the way. Partners can come and go. You can pull in more folks as momentum is gained throughout the project. But at any given time, we must have at least the funding recipient and one partner who is being considered for merger regionalization opportunity. Here's where we get into some more nuance, and I'll try to save that for some of the priority rating system discussion. I know I might be running out of time. I'm not too sure here. I'll talk about some of the nuances that points for OR and rates can be from different systems, must provide appropriate financial information form and rate sheet. Basically, in the MRF priority rating system, respond to the questions as the system, either the applicant or the partner, that has the best chance of getting the most points. So if you have, say, 3 systems in your application, you have an applicant, an applicant who, say, is a large system, but may struggle with compliance issues. You have a medium system that may struggle with keeping a positive operating ratio or paying off debt. And then you have a small system that is struggled by just having enough staff to operate and keep the system going. You can mix and match among those applicants and partners responses to each of the questions in the MRF application. So the challenges should address how the large system's technical capacity will be improved. By merging and interconnecting, they will no longer have overflows at their water plant or at their wastewater plant. So that's a great challenge. Challenge 2 may be financing capital. The mid-sized system that can't pay off their debt in time or cannot take on more debt, that challenge will be financial capacity. And then you can use the financial information form, the rates, responses pertaining to that system. And then the third challenge may be focused on that small system that has 2 full-time staff, but they also do everything under the sun, as well as police and fire department work. Show how that small capacity system will be benefited through the challenge discussion. And then in the capacity and capabilities section of the priority rating system, talk about how that small system will be benefited through the merger and regionalization. So to sum that up, you can mix and match responses to the different MRF priority rating system questions, as long as the challenges show that each system has their own challenge they're bringing to the MRF, and that system that is benefiting the most is the one that's being discussed. So if they have a system with highest rates and lowest OR, use their financial information form and rate sheets for those points. Use the system with the most technical and compliance issues for the responses to the compliance questions, and every mix and match way from there on. I hope I made that clear, but we want to provide a score that reflects the collective challenges and benefits among all of the systems, not just looking at one specific system that, say, may be in a good financial place, but may be limited on its ability to stay in compliance. Focus on that ability to stay compliant or get back into compliance, and then use the system information that has the highest rates and has the lowest operating ratio. And they may be different systems, different partners. Hope I made that clear. Try to provide that explicit guidance where we can. So please reach out if you have any questions about any certain situations. And then lastly, as I mentioned on the AIA, talk about how the MRF grant will be used to further the results of a previous MRF or other efforts. We would love to come into the middle of an MRF or come into the middle of a merger and regionalization discussion and be able to fund the next steps that a couple systems have already started on their own. If that's the case, tell us what's occurred without our funding, beyond our funding, and then, of course, why this MRF will help advance those prior efforts. Of course, if you've already received an MRF, it, say, reached a dead end, that the alternatives you investigated weren't going to go anywhere, but now you want to reapply and look at different alternatives, that is eligible. Or if, say, one alternative, perhaps creating a new authority, was determined from the prior MRF, apply for another one and have the application and project look at developing that authority. That certainly is eligible as well. But certainly provide that discussion of what's happened in the past to get to this point, and how this project has advanced those prior efforts, if there are any. So application components, Same breakdown. Top items are required for just getting through the door, being determined a complete application. And the last two are just required for scoring. The only difference between the AIA and MRF completeness requirements is a letter or resolution from each of the potential partners in the project. The letter or resolution simply acknowledges participation during the project and specifies that none of the study's recommendations are binding on any parties. We have language in our priority rating system. I think it's like page 4 or 5 in a little call out box. You can simply copy paste that onto the partner's letterhead on for a letter version, have their chief elected official or town manager, county man, someone in a higher echelon managerial position sign that letter, include it with the application, and that's proof of partners committing to the project. Again, we have language you can copy paste, and none of the expectations are that the study's recommendations will be binding. Nothing is binding through the MRFs. We just need that commitment to participate. And then the financial information form, applicable rate sheets. Again, if you provide them, you have a chance for scoring. For the MRF, certainly provide them for the system that probably is most challenged on the financial side, whether that's really high rates and a minus less than 1 OR. Use that system's information and provide the forms. Otherwise, we'll just look at the forms that were provided and score them accordingly. So here, application, the priority rating system for the MRF program, there's a max of 20 points, so a little less than the AIA, but that's pretty much irrelevant. We don't look at MRFs and AIAs side by side. Category 1, 6 points of the 20, so a little less than a third. System management, we have 6 points again, and then the affordability is 8 points. So you can see that heavy emphasis, the biggest emphasis is on the affordability section. That's why we encourage you to use the rate sheet and financial information form for the system that is likely struggling the most financially, or has the most number of indicators that are worse than the state benchmark, and provide that documentation accordingly. So again, just a quick summary and comparison with the AIAs. AIA grants, the priority rating system, provides more points for good system management practices and for systems that are struggling to meet their affordability needs. For the MRF, system management, more points are awarded for systems that are less capable, have less robust system management practices. And then how the challenges, of course, pretty similar with the AIA. You have challenges collectively across all the applicant and partners, discuss the compliance history, discuss that past collaboration and proximity, show us that the likelihood of merging or regionalizing is high, and that will generally result in more points than MRF applications that do not. I won't go through all of these slides here, but I'll just provide the quick overview of the application narrative. So there are 9 questions with the MRF priority rating system, 4 calculations. Please respond in the order that they appear in the guidance. Answer a question completely, go to the next question, answer it completely. There is information in the priority rating system for the MRFs, as well as the AIA, with scoring rationales, help you get a sense of what we look for, the guidelines around what is typically submitted for the highest scoring category or amount for that line item, what's expected and what we see for the lowest scoring, so those 0 point items, if you don't submit something or if there's an inconsistency when 0 points are awarded. And then obviously between there, it's an incremental gradient between the 0 points and whatever the max is for that line item. So certainly take a look at the scoring rationale. and it will provide more insights to what we expect to see. I'll let you read these slides on your own. They've haven't changed in the last couple rounds, but just goes through each category. I do want to call out for category 2, system management. We talked about the AIA and all of the construction priority rating systems now having a requirement that your financial information form, the oldest audit on there, the latest audit, so the most recent, must be no more than 2 years old for AIAs and MRF, or AIAs and construction. That means if it is older than 2 years, we will not give you any points. But here's why it's important on the MRF to read the priority rating system guidance. If the applicant is the system who provided the financial information form and the most recent audit is more than 2 years old, it will be categorically 0 points for that line item. However, if the applicant's audits are more than 2 years late, but one of their partners is not, and their partner OR is less than 1, submit the financial information form for the partner because their audit is either more recent or their OR is less than 1, and you will get consideration for that 1 point for the OR. If the applicants, once again, I know this is new to me, but I'm trying to make sure we're not going counter to what the purpose of the MRF priority rating system is. The MRF priority rating system for affordability and system management is intended to reward the systems that are with points, the systems that are struggling more, but we have an obligation to be consistent with the rest of our programs when it comes to the applicant and that 2-year late audit requirement. So the carve out we've made for the MRF is that if the applicant's audit is most recent audit is more than 2 years late, provide the partner's financial information form to be considered for the OR points. And then obviously it'll be even better if that OR or the partner's OR is less than 1, then you'll get the points for that line item. So a little different than the AIA and a little different than the construction, but the language should be pretty clear in the priority rating system guidance. So certainly take a look. Again, affordability, as I've already mentioned, have this information reflect the system that is struggling the most financially, has the highest rates, has the most local government unit indicators. You can, again, mix and match, but the calculation and the indicators are the same as we have for all of our other applications. So lastly, the funded projects on the MRF side, same intent, same set of information here. We will issue letter of intent to fund after SWIA awards the funding in February. There will be 5 milestones in that letter of intent to fund. The second to last milestone is submittal of the draft deliverable. So we will limit disbursements for all MRF grants funded or up to 85% until we receive the draft deliverable and approve it. And then once we get beyond that approval, the next 10% up to 95% of the grant can be requested for disbursement. And then we will approve the last 5% once all the last payment items are submitted. Same thing with AIAs, 2-year grant period from the date of the letter of intent to fund. There is a 1.5% fee for all MRF grants. It is an eligible grant cost, so it can be paid through the grant, but it must be paid before disbursements start as part of the first payment items. Just to reiterate, get these questions occasionally, there is no local match on MRF projects in any form or fashion, just that 1.5% fee. There is no equipment eligibility or software eligibility through MRFs. It truly is doing those preliminary engineering analyses to determine if interconnections or new infrastructure between the new systems is feasible. Financial analyses, rate studies, capital improvement planning, maybe a little bit of capacity development if there's new infrastructure going in one place and then 2 systems are going to go in and need to determine how to finance that new capacity. That would certainly be an eligible MRF cost, but equipment, software, and full proper preliminary engineering like siting a water plant or wastewater plant are not eligible for MRFs. Last payment items, same as with the AIA, the one exception. If there is any GIS in the MRF for whatever reason, that is not required to be submitted as part of the last payment items. But of course, the final report, including the analyses, financial implications, conclusions, recommendations, next steps, certainly need to be included. The executive summary or the board presentation, the copy of the presentation that the board was given, and then lastly, that proof of the presentation via certified meeting minutes or a resolution adopting, approving, authorizing next steps must be provided. You can take a look at our website. The MRF page has a lot of similar information as the AIA. Obviously, less strict and rigid on what can be performed through an MRF. So certainly if you're interested in applying for MRF, reach out to us beforehand. We will help you with your application. So are there any questions? All right, cool. And then I'll talk about reconsiderations from the spring real quick after the questions.
If 2 utilities are working together on a merger, can one utility as the lead apply for a combined $150,000 if they have a resolution from both utilities showing that they are working together, or do they have to apply separate?
So the question is, if 2 systems are working on an MRF, can one applicant apply for effectively 2 $75,000 MRF grants because they are working on the merger? The answer to that is, did I get that right? Okay. The answer to that is no. SWIA wants to fund one grant per project at a time. If it comes out to there is, say, $150,000 of work, and there are distinct aspects of that work that each system can lead on their own and within the MRF, we will certainly entertain that, but categorically and historically, SWIA only wants to fund one grant per MRF effort at a time. So if you do have that situation, I'm not going to tell you to not try it, but I will just say the odds are very low given the limited amount of funding that we have through the state reserves and SWIA's precedent of typically only funding one MRF per overall project at a time. Certainly reach out if you have any questions.
Point back and say it's one project, it's $75,000.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely, as Shadi said, it's still one project, and the limit per effective project that we can fund through the state reserves is $75,000. So I'm not going to say, well, I'll say it would probably be a waste of time to put in that big of an application. But, I can see the benefit of it as well. If the every 3-year limit does get removed, then in theory, we could automatically reconsider you for an additional 75. But we're getting into scenarios that haven't even explored yet. So I'd encourage just one application at the funding amount that is allowed, which is $75,000. And if you can make a strong case or think you have a strong case otherwise, please give me a call before the application deadline, and we'll talk through it. Think probably already said more than enough to get myself in trouble with something somewhere. But again, we're in a weird time where well, it's a good time to discuss the reconsiderations from the spring quickly. So we're in a weird time where we have an AIA and an MRF program. As far as what is eligible, just the task involved, there's no real difference between the state reserve version and the viable utility reserve versions. The biggest differences are the total funding available per project. So through the state reserve, we have the 225 per utility for AIAs and 75,000 per utility for the MRFs. Through the VUR, there's just that 400,000 collective across all planning per applicant limit, which is not in place for this funding round because all we have is state reserve funds. So the way we're going to look at the spring 2026 applications that were not funded, a lot of lines being drawn here. So applicant wise, for either AIA or MRF through the state reserve, the applicants must be eligible entities for the state reserve. That is all public drinking water and wastewater systems. That is some, or rather the not-for-profit water corporations are eligible for the state reserves, but that's it. So if you're a council of government who submitted an application in the spring, that application is not eligible this fall because COGs are not eligible to apply for state reserve funds. I believe Bob has been working with some of y'all, hopefully, on those, but reach out if you have any questions. I don't think anyone who applied in the spring it would be coming up against the new $75,000 every 3-year limit for the state reserve MRFs. That's definitely something that we will need to look at. So if you do have an AIA application, let's say from the spring, you asked for $300,000 in AIA, we are going to reconsider it this fall for up to the $225,000 that's eligible through the state reserve. And then it'll be a matter of what is going to have to be removed from that project to get it down to 225, or how will the difference be covered if other funds are available. So we'll have a few of those. As far as had a little more time to think about the VUR both. Okay, yeah, I knew I was going to take a lot of time. I'm being pulled off the stage here. Please give me a call if you have any questions. There's a lot of nuance that we've thought through some of it for this round, haven't thought through it all. It would be best for you to call me beforehand than just hoping and submitting an application. You can find my number. If you don't have it on our website, send me an email. Good, great. So sorry it took so long, a lot to consider. Hope you all have a great one. Thanks for putting up with me.
Thank you, Matthew. So we already did the lead service line, so we'll go to the last one. That's what happens after you get funded. So since it's a recorded session, we don't want to miss it, so I'll be going through as fast as I can. But if you have questions, we can stay back and take the questions, after the presentation. So once you have successfully applied and we score them, rate them, present to the SWIA for the recommendation for award, and SWIA makes that award, we send you a letter of intent to fund if your project is within the funding range. That is the construction schedule. That's a 0. So not the application, that's the letter of intent to fund date. And from that date, you will be put on a timeline to submit an engineering report, to get that approved, to submit a plans and specifications, to get that approved, get into bid, construction contract, and finally execute the construction contract. So the whole thing should take a 24 months time period. That time period coming from GS 159 G41. So all of our funding programs that is coming through DWI's DWI session has to meet all the conditions in 159G. And based on 159G, the projects are put into a timeline, 2 years to get under contract from the date of LOIF or letter of intent to fund, or 1 year to get under contract after the award. Award is the funding offer agreement that you will receive after the engineering report is approved. So the award is also called offer and acceptance. So once you receive the funding offer, you should, it must be signed by the recipient and DWI. That's when we call it executed. And the board should also approve that agreement and get a resolution adopted to receive this money and do all the projects according to the approved plans and specifications, and also based on the funding offer and acceptance conditions. So if based on the funding program, there will be several federal and state programmatic conditions that the subrecipients are supposed to be meeting. For the engineering report approval, it can take approximately 9 months from the letter of intent to fund. One thing you need to be paying attention to is the engineering report approval must have an alternative analysis and environmental review. For SRF program, environmental review is required, but if we are getting funding through SRP, environmental review is not required. Environmental review can be a categorical exclusion or a FONC, that is finding of no significant impact. And then bigger projects may also require a EA, that is the third step in the environmental review process. It's called environmental assessments. For after your engineering report is approved, you have approved, you can submit the plans and specifications, and from the date of LOIF, that is 19 months, you will have your, technically you will have your plans and specs approved by that time, and then you can take your approved plans and specifications for construction, for bidding. And once you receive bids, that's when the local government commission, the process starts, like not even start, that's when you will, your project will be put on an agenda for local government commission to approve for a loan approval or whatever the funding approval. LGC or local government commission approves all debts for us, and in order for them to take your project into their agenda, you should have your, all the annual financial audits in place, and they will check several other conditions. Historically, DWI worked on behalf of the applicant, but now we are asking the applicant work directly with the LGC to get this loan approval figured out once you have your cost, estimated based on the bids on hand. And DWI's funding also come with some fees, that is 2% fees, or we call it closing fees, the 2% for our loans, and like SRF loans and principal forgiveness, but 1.5% if you get a SRP grant. And this fee is due after bidding and prior to first disbursement. So we will not give you any payment. We will not approve any payment request unless you pay that closing fee first. So that's how it works. And the disbursement of funds is based on the progress of the project, and recipient must document expenditure, and also the funds we will disburse funds only for approved costs. So for each program, there is a list of eligible and ineligible activities that we will be communicating that to you when we have your plans and specification approved. So it's not going to be a surprise to you. You will know what cost is eligible, what is not eligible. So based on that, the disbursement request can be made. Again, there is a first payment checklist, and also for construction only project, there is an additional set of requirements for you to consider before you can get your first pay request approved. All right, rest of the money after once the construction. So if your project is a construction project, these are the last payment checklist item. So once the construction is complete, you should have a closeout checklist, and you should have like an honors certification of completion and engineer certification of completion. And based on, if it's a drinking water project, you will have a public water supply approval. And if it's wastewater project, you'll have some approval from the DWR saying that you can put whatever constructed you can put into operation. And as you know, during this time period, during the construction time, we will be coming out to your project site, the project as for inspections and for in order to get your last payment, we will have to give you a final inspection report documenting that all construction has taken place based on your approved plans and specifications. All right. For SRF comes with a certain cross cutters and some conditions. So one of them is Davis Bacon, the other one is American Iron and Steel, and the BABA. Some of the projects we are required to meet BABA. So if your project is one of those projects selected to meet BABA, you will be notified through letter of intent to fund. I'm not going to BABA too much because I don't know how many projects here will have to meet BABA. But for example, the lead service line project and emerging contaminant project, all of those projects must meet BABA, and also CDBG projects. But for SRF, we select an equivalent amount of projects that is equivalent to capitalization grant then we get each year. So only a portion of the projects needs to meet BABA, and other projects are funded through our revolving money, and those projects are exempted. That's how this BABA works. There are some waivers. If anybody is interested in knowing about the waivers, we can talk after this is wrapped up. There's one thing we have to pay attention is, historically our division has been very, very, approving or accommodating to give you extensions. But we are from now on, I think we are supposed to meet a very tight deadline that is coming from EPA. So we will not be giving a lot of extensions as we used to. So please make sure your project is moving forward as per your LOIF or letter of intent to fund. Again, this is the funds available spreadsheet. I think we discussed this multiple times earlier. The main source of funding is SRF, and there is a good amount of principal forgiveness in it, about 19 million in drinking water principal forgiveness and 10 million as for clean water SRF. So there's a considerable amount of principal forgiveness there, and EC money is 100% principal forgiveness. So there is still a lot of money that is being made available for the next funding round. So please do apply, and any other questions, we can stay back, or any questions from the online, and also we can take here. I'm sorry that I had to kind of run through it, but still 4 minutes over time. You are welcome to go if you have other plans at 4 o'clock, but I'm here if you have any questions. Okay, thank you so much. Rosemary, do you want to wrap it up, or this is good?
I would like to thank everyone for taking time out of their day to come out and hear about our fall application training and the funding grants and loans that we have available for the 2026 year. We look forward to partnering with you if we can, and we hope to see you soon. Have a great afternoon. Bye.